So then I said, will you play Farming Simulator with me? To which Will said, absolutely the fuck not, you trick ass bitch.
That was not what I said in the slightest.
I just want to make sure that YouTube gets automatically like demonetizes it from the jump.
Oh yes, that's gonna help.
Yeah.
Make sure the VOD is buried beyond all recognition.
Yeah.
John Deere, that isn't got him. Or even a first. Okie dokie. Watto and welcome. I love it when the fire alarm goes off and fucks our entire day. It's so great!
What, we had like a week break?
just a week. We were almost kicking off like 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
I was
on time.
yeah, I was ready to go. I had the games all installed. It's fucking bullshit. And Fearless, Watto and welcome. Okay. Anyway, to you both, Watto and welcome. Sorry if I seem a little frazzled. Yeah, we were sitting here getting ready to kick off proper. And then the fire alarm set off again. Again. Which, if you're wondering, wow, Will, that seems like a lot of times in only a couple of weeks. You would be 1000% correct. Okay, Wolfcrad, Watto, welcome. Frazzle dazzle indeed. Aeon, hello, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. Anyway, I hope you're all doing splendid. Obviously, with the huge wrecking ball of yesterday, there isn't too much in the way of game news to talk about. Couple of interesting little points I have noticed, and good old Mike Bithel's back, baby, making a trying to think of the correct word, not a cut down, but a stylish immersive sim based vampire game set in 1997. But you know what, I'll show you it later. It's not that it defies explanation, it's that I don't want to pitch it in the wrong way. And it's not like me and Bithel are like super close homies, but we did used to natter and hang out back at varying game events in the UK and stuff. I got dragged along to see Mad Max Fury Road by him and Roper. I wonder what Roper's up to today. Back when Twitter was good, Roper once ran a London commuter RPG because the trains going in and out of London were just categorically fucked across the board. So I was just sending Roper photos of my dice rolls. And I will say, there are lots of things for which I have been a disaster of a human being, but there is one where I've been consistent. I have never faked a digital dice roll. Not once. I feel like if you do, the dice will know, and they'll wait till exactly the right time to fuck you over. But yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid. It is Weirdity Wednesday, and I think I know what we're up to. But we do have some choices, some potentials. Hoffers, Watto and welcome. Coming in. Okay. Alright, let's let Discord know that we're kicking it. And I hope to be significantly less frazzled than I was yesterday. Oh, Unholy Glee, what and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Sorry. I still fucking love this. Just don't ask how old this remake is. Genreous, whatto and welcome. Restless Roots, greetings, hello. Numbers, whatto and welcome. Da-na-na-na-na, on the fucking moon. On your bill, holy shit, he's a duck. A DJ Coil, whatto and welcome. And I have to say, extra special greeting to DJ Coil, whose puppy videos continue to be one of the great joys in life. So yeah, we'll just let Blue Sky know that we are... Oh my word. Let Blue Sky know that we are kicking it. And the rest is history. I absolutely saw the days. I've actually specifically summoned Jess so I could show her. It's just a little potato. We got into a discussion about how big that dog's going to get and whether or not it is suitable for a flat. Okay. Oh, also, Sanshi are releasing another iterator, one of the robots from Rainworld. I believe it's the Spearmaster's creator, No Significant Harassment. Which is a great name for a character. And Vanderbeest, whatto and welcome. They are. You know what, Numbers? I like them because it's this implication that whatever language came of this civilization was, you know, glorious and strange in its construction. Because it's not moon, it's looks to the moon, right? Looks to the moon, 5 pebbles, no significant harassment. I forget the others. What have we got? Oh, so actually no significant harassment is responsible for making the hunter, so fuck that guy. 7 red suns made the Spearmaster. Aww. Also, sorry, I'm just quickly checking the list of known iterators. And just having a little skim here, and this is really cute. So, no significant harassment. Deeply cared about the hunter. However, fucked up that build. 7 red suns is responsible for making the Spearmaster, close friend of 5 pebs. And even worked out a series of communication gestures with the Spearmaster because he really loves the Spearmaster. One of his great regrets is not having a way to communicate with the Spearmaster while they're out doing their job. Got very mad at the way Pebs fucking pulls the pearl out of Spearmaster's chest and stopped speaking to Pebbles for a very long time over the whole moon incident. But yeah, the other ones, are a Sliver of Straw, who was responsible for checking Pebs' work, and was whose last communication was just the triple affirmative before going completely silent. So, Sliver of Straw might have ascended, but we don't know, and the rest of the iterators don't know if they cracked it or if they had a communication error. And I don't remember who Chasing Wind was, or Unparalleled Innocence. But apparently they were Pebs' neighbours. I'm sorry, friends. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. How are you doing? Jamami, Watto, and welcome. Scotty, Verdant, hello! Sorry, I made the mistake of looking at the list of known iterators in Rain World. And of course it brought up the iterator page on the Rain World wiki, which is a very silly thing to open whilst live, because I could just sit there and pore over those details for hours. Yeah, Jamami, the iterator names evoke great feelings, great ideas. They're not titles, they are descriptions of something meant to evoke, which is where this idea of, like, whatever the language of the ancients was, it was perhaps, like, evocative and pictographical? I don't know. I like it. Chorus, I feel I can hear your laugh there. Let's put a pause on that train of thought and come back to it next week, okay? 5 squats. I've been outside. I've walked. It's nice to know I can always count on you for sympathy, darling.
No, I swear.
Skip. So Vanderbeest, roller coaster, great morning, then the fire alarm went off again. And yeah, Aeon, the 15 from yesterday's got done. So we had to go into the great outside, and whilst I probably shouldn't, well, we shouldn't have spent money on coffees, I needed caffeination. And Sauron, Watto, and welcome. Oh, actually, before I start Squatathon, did I get a picture of it? Because I was gonna just tag you in the posting. No, I didn't take a picture of it. So, I've been playing Retro Rewind. Jess recommended it. It's very, very good. You run a video store in the 90s. Yo!
Coffee completed.
Coffee completed. Thank you. J-Post. That's fucking cool. Yes, Little Fire did treat us to coffees. No, seriously, J-Post is really fucking appreciative. Thank you. But yeah, so Sarah, I've been playing Retro Rewind, the VHS like rental store game. It's very, very good. And I've finally unlocked romance yesterday, day before. And one of them was like a robot detective romance. And Lance, Watto, and welcome. Summer Games Done Quick Week. The quietest, statistically the quietest week in streaming for everyone who's not a speedrunner. A week for contemplation and freaking the fuck out. Oh. Sorry. The Silk Song speedrun I've been told is very, very good. And J-Post, thank you again. No, J-Post, I'm not trying to bait people. I'm just, please understand that this is the most panic-inducing week. And more so than Desert Bus, weirdly. But yeah, so let me get my threads in a row. 1, Sauron, there is a robot romance novel in my video collection, and the robot's like a robot noir detective, and I'm like, Sauron, are your bots acting out? Are they making movies? And Lance, I hope you're doing splendid. I definitely want to. Well, it's not even stream a drama. But I definitely want to have like a little bitch session with you, Lance, at some point. I had to restrain myself from arguing with a bunch of whataboutisms that have infected Sober. And I was like, you know what? If you want to be wrong loud. I'm just gonna... Not you, Lance, obviously. I don't talk about streaming stuff a lot. Because I would not describe myself as good at streaming. I got lucky. You lot found me. I do this for a living. I'm not someone who came up with like a genius streaming concept and then enacted it. I'm lucky. So I don't really chat in like streaming spaces, but there are a couple of people in one streaming space that I frequent that I shan't name because don't even get me started. But one of the organizers there is for some reason deciding to die on the hill that, hey, like you should be using generative AI. And then some other motherfucker came out of nowhere and was like, I agree and I don't agree. And the statement that I nearly snapped on was like, I think generative AI is really good for ideas. I'm fucking sorry, what? You need a regurgitation robot to tell you how to come up with an idea for a stream? Do you know the only reason I don't stream and create more is limitations on the human body? I'm a creator, but I lack the ability to create. Right? Right? Fuck off! I promise you that every streamer you know, every person who makes videos, hell, every creative person would make so much more stuff. You're not... Creativity is something you are cursed with. I love that skit where it's like, we've gone over your diagnosis and I'm afraid you're artistic. I'm autistic? No, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. No, you're artistic. You're cursed. Legend, don't worry. Yeah. Most likely, darling. Most likely. It was very funny that someone was doing a whataboutism because you should be getting streaming ideas from ChatGTP. No! Look, we're having this discussion in a lot of art medium and of art fields right now that, you know, now with the democratization of video games and things like that, being successful doesn't necessarily mean being financially successful. Learn the secret that artists have known for decades. Being great doesn't necessarily mean being financially successful, but being creative is the process. Like, Lance, I know you and I have talked about this a million times, and, you know, Jess, you and I agree on this one. Like, if you want to get into streaming, you've got to love the process of streaming. You've got to love sitting there and nattering with folks, or playing or showing something off, or whatever it is you're trying to create. Like, that's the long and short of it. If it becomes successful enough, or if you're like me, stupid fucking lucky, and that gets to be your main focus, then brilliant. It's not easy, but yeah. But like, if you don't have that spark to do it, maybe it's not something you want to do. You know, I was definitely someone that idolized musicians, but I hated playing and practicing and learning. So maybe I didn't actually like making music. You know? Exactly. Little Fire saying maybe that path isn't for you, and that's okay. But yeah, it was just, like Lance, it was very funny to see some people die on that hill, and very funny for some folks hitting me with the whataboutisms. Okay, you know what? It's still ongoing. And again, not throwing people under the bus, but one individual is using that AI-generated, I'm not even going to call him an actress, the generic AI-generated video of generic actress lass as the Brave New World. This is our reality now. Fuck off!
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna mute the mic just for a second, because again, we don't do targeted.
I do.
If I had the time, friends, I would redub what Little Fire said there in a cut of like, oh, I do believe that this person has put forward an idea that is not smart or good.
It's also because of who it is.
Yeah.
And the shit that we've had interacted with personally.
Yeah.
I'm like, go fuck yourself. Trip on a fucking rock. Down a hill.
So, Lance, when are we starting our Streamers Underground? Anyway, I need to do. Ms. Sober. Okay, I owe you some. I owe you all some squats, and I owe you all some whimsy. It is Weird Indie Wednesday, and I've got interesting, I've got fucking strange, and I've got a little bit of meta nonsense. Okay. 1, 2, exactly unholy glee. 3, 4, and 5. Okay. 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 Sorry to skip this ahead. Again, I fucking love Mega Ran's music. I just tend to get a bit, like, middle distancey listening to it. So, after yesterday's complete fucking shit show, we're still dealing with a little bit of, like, information deconstruction and fallout. If you didn't see yesterday, Microsoft announced the thing that we heard they were going to do, and it's brutal. id Software's been gutted. Obsidian's not gone, but pretty much everything has been cancelled except for a Fallout project that they're being put on. Which, on the one hand, holy shit, Obsidian back on Fallout, New Vegas 2. The problem is they've gutted a lot of people, and what I think we're going to see is Obsidian becoming a support partner for either Fallout 76 or Fallout 5. You could be Chief Goblin, make it a gremlin, I'm in. You strike a hard bargain. Yeah, and genres, that's the thing. There's nobody to make art. While we pretty much knew that, what's-her-face, Asha Sharma is full of shit, we now know statistically that she's full of shit. Because that whole statement about how they were just going to be culling, like, middle management and how they were going to be streamlining the, you know, to allow the creators to make... No, they're gutting the creative side. So, it's... I mean, it's as bad as we knew. But, here's a funny one. The team at Build a Rocket Boy on Mind's Eye are on strike. After all the horseshit they've gone through, the handful of devs they have left are striking because after letting people go, after crunching these poor buggers with unpaid overtime and things like that, management announced they were doing an all-expenses-paid trip fan fest for a bunch of community members. And so they've gone, fuck it, we're not working on this anymore. Like, I've worked in community. I understand it's important. I understand, like, you know, we used to do... Okay, I can't take credit for this because it wasn't my project, but CA did a mod summit once a year. I don't know if they still do, but it's a big thing they did. And so a bunch of the prolific modders who weren't fucking weirdos would be flown to CA to talk with the programmers, you know, discuss what's going on, talk about new content coming up, what they've made and what they need and what we could do to support it. Sorry, I shouldn't say we because I'm not at CA. It's a linguistical habit. You never say I, you say we when you're working at a game studio. Anyway. And I understand the importance of shit like that, but like, when the people making the game are getting treated like absolute garbage, and then management's like, fly the community across the world. The same dickheads who vibe coded voice nonsense and are doing like AI generated social media. Yeah, I mean the optics are terrible, but it's that internal thing of like we talked about it yesterday. That scene of, you know, the French Revolution, the aristocracy feeding, you know, steaks to their dogs while the people stand at the gate starving. You know, it's not the creator's fault. It's not the dog's fault. Yeah, it's weird, Scotty, how some of those like linguistic things stick with you. Like, I had to train myself, or I had to unlearn saying Total Warhammer because of the extent to which Rob grilled into us that it was Total War Warhammer. 2 products, 2 brands. Yeah, the point where the devs aren't even getting pizza parties, but community members are getting all expenses paid trips around the world. Okay. I found that very, very funny. And good on them for striking, you know? With the rest of the Microsoft stuff, we're still in the fallout of it. It's been difficult because, like, everyone's so heated. Even I was surprised at how emotional I got talking about it yesterday, even having spent the previous day reading about it. So Chaunerus, it depends on where the people are based. I think $3,000 a head is probably about average for travel and accommodation. Yeah, Scotty, and that one. Yeah, I was quite surprised at how emotional I got yesterday. And I'm glad I didn't get, like, bitey at anyone specific, but I was definitely getting prickly. There's a lot of misinformation floating around about the Microsoft thing, not necessarily because people are being dicks, but because people are reading certain stuff and getting very emotional and just writing from the heart. So, like, someone has been saying that, you know, Microsoft was targeting union people. We don't know that's true, but some of the studios in there some of the game studios had done unions within those studios, and because everybody got hit, union folks got hit. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't have anything more information to share with you or add at this time. Like I said, our good friend Sam Mikovic has been going on a deep dive, researching each of the different studios, who's being laid off, and what's happening with it. Oh, and is it Bethesda? Hang on, let me. I want to make sure I'm quoting the right thing, because this one isn't news, but did make me go a big old round of what the fuck. Where was it? No, it wasn't here. Oh my word, where was it? Oh my life. Okay, I apologize. I have lost the post, but there was a memorial to the fallen in one of the Microsoft-owned laid-off studios, and HR made them take it down. I want to say it was one of the Bethesda studios, but don't quote me on that one. Oh yeah, no, and Chaunerus, something like a community fan fest was probably planned and budgeted well in advance. So it wasn't as nefarious as the other shit they've done, like firing people and replacing them with generative AI, which is significantly worse. But everything coming together, that being the straw that broke the camel's back there. Don't quote me on that one. Will Overguard, 2026. Ah! Well, Lance, the one that was cruel was the folks doing DLC for Doom Medieval, whatever it's called, who crunched, launched, and then were told. They crunched up until 4th of July to get it done, and then... DJ Coyle says it was Bethesda's main studio. Thank you. But yeah, they made a memorial to all the people who've been fired, and HR made them take it down. Which is a reminder, HR doesn't work for you.
Like, this is exactly, I would get fired so fast. This is
Go on.
I would then print a photo of Timmy Turner's dad. I said, this is where I put the memorial of my fallen coworkers. If I could, you know what I mean?
If I had one.
Yeah. Like if that's what I would do. I would get fired so fast.
Oh yeah. But you'd be a legend.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay.
Okay, so that's all the additional information we have on the bad times. Yeah, put up a memorial to the memorial. I'd do something like the Danny DeVito corner at MagFest. I'd pick a stairwell and just start filling it. So, in some good news, as I said, our good friend Bithel's back making games, which is really cool, and is currently doing this sucker, Vampirum 1997. It's a little bit immersive sim, it's a little bit visual novel, it's a little bit strategy and drama. The King of England is Dracula, and you work for him. Remove his rivals, hide from the sun, persuade folks. Now, for those of you who don't know, Mike Bithel's been one of the indie success stories for a very, very long time, and has, his breakout hit was Thomas Was Alone, which did phenomenally. But he's gone on to work on like Disney properties, and I would argue most famously John Wick Hex. However, after the last Tron game didn't do great and the world turned, he had to downsize from having like an actual team. So it looks like he's trying to build it back up again and bring the homies back in. High Sheet Hoppers, I did see that, and like I have joked about, Bithel in the past. If I was even slightly as noteworthy, I hope he would joke about me too. Because it was very funny that they fucked up his stand for Volume, and it was Mike Bithel's Volume by Mike Bithel Studios. Yeah, Shaunus, that's a good one. All my games are named after shapes, except for the one about squares. But no, I'm just... for all the discussions we've had about, the fall of the American games industry and the death of the old empires, not everyone blighted is unable to return, and that's, I think, an important thing to highlight. I got very prickly yesterday after stream about people posting videos talking about, the death of the single A studio and how it's all over, and having to be all... Oh, what are we collaborating on?
It's the Father Christmas jump scare.
I've got to make sure I'm collaborating with the right account. Okay, yeah. So you don't suddenly start collaborating with Cosmic Crowbar. Okay. I have accepted. But yeah, I started getting a bit fighty because a lot of the people talking with absolute authority yesterday completely ignoring that the AAA games industry is not it anymore. there are multiple games industries, and success and failure in those different industries look different. You know, the AAA industry is dying because, I mean, entertain 1 billion people. I still don't know if that is serious or corpo bullshit or what have you, but I can imagine that people in those spheres genuinely think that. Why aren't we entertaining 1 billion people a day with our video game? Wait, fucking me sideways. What was the old thing about trying to get people to eat cereal for every meal?
Oh, the Kellogg's CEO.
Yeah, Kellogg's CEO, yeah. Yeah. It's the same kind of fucking thing. Why are people eating other foods and not our cereals? You do know there's an upper limit, right? What's the genre is, there are some small to medium-sized studios. But the old way of defining games is very much defunct, you know, so you'd have your AAA studios, and then you'd have your smaller studios that would do a combination of work for hire and cheap original projects, i.e. FromSoft, right? Or FromSoft of the 90s and 2000s, right? And then you had the quote-unquote indie, like this 3-tier bracket. That's not the same anymore. Like, the consumers are different, the consumer purchasing habits are different, the worlds are different, you know? And aside from that one, industry retrospective that I read, that we've talked about a lot, I haven't seen anyone else talk about the fact that, no, it's all different. You know, the mobile games industry has just been its own industry the whole fucking time. You can kind of transfer from one to the other, but they are they could not be more separate from the rest of the games industry. Hell, I mean, Mobage is a lot more stable because, you know, those mobile games just get erased forever when they close down. You know, the UI and formula and monetization and all of that is pretty much the fucking same. You know, all they're changing is the set dressing. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. There isn't one games industry anymore that has AAA, A, indie as the definition. Indie is now its own, what we define as indie is now its own nation with huge wins and huge movers and shakers. But at no point is Inner Sloth going to be dancing in the AAA space. Nintendo is an industry unto itself, you know? And DJ Coil, I can believe it, you know. A smartphone is a necessity for a lot of us, like, and I don't just mean like that we have to look at TikTok. I mean, like, that is how people access communication, banking, authentication. It is literally our Star Trek compad. Like, that's a thing that you have to have. And if a games console is asking between, you know, $700 and $1,000, and you're already paying, you know, however much a month for your mobile phone, you know. Well, so genres, and this is where it gets complicated, right? Because trying to define these new games industries based on platform is difficult, because there is some crossover to an extent from a consumer standpoint, but, you know, mobile titles are not competing for the attention of people with other titles. The industry that creates mobile games and the industry that puts them out has very little interaction with the other spaces. You know, save a few adverts on some YouTubers and whatnot. And yeah, what AAA means, more so than its like legal definition, it really only means a handful of supersized studios who produce like expensive premium titles. And of those, you know, Like, think about how many big studios there are now in the US. And of those, how many are... how many of those are owned by, or were owned by, you know, Microsoft and shit like that? Anyway. Hey!
What ho, Vikings?
What ho and welcome! Lars, how are you doing, friend? I don't think Sonic was talking about you there. I think you're good. Anyway. I just mean that... And I need to work on this map. There are many different industries, and there is no longer just one games industry. And once I can define those better, I can hopefully explain it better, because Vampirum, like Bithell coming back with Vampirum, is a good sign in the, you know, indie and, you know, small budget direct space. You know, Vampirum will run on anything, and that's great. Oslo, what ho and welcome. Puns, what ho and welcome. Hopefully your internet is stabilised. As for... What's the other... Come on, there was one other good news thing. Oh. Well, Lyris, an afternoon of Hollow Knight sounds bloody marvellous. And Puns, here's hoping. We had another fucking fire alarm go off this morning, so we've been surviving a little. Oh, so here's an interesting one. So Pocket Pair, developers of Palworld, have decided that Palworld will not be going up in price when it hits version 1. They're going to be keeping it at $30, which is smart. You know. And that's been about the long and short of it. Those of you who are Subnautica 2 fans, an update has been directly delivered to yourselves. I believe the Assassin's Creed remake has dropped now. The Black Flag remake has dropped. So if you are jonesing for some nostalgia, I'm sure it is very fun. I don't know if I could do it after playing Windrose, just because Windrose gave me all the stuff that I wanted from Black Flag. Hell, just give me a few more shanties in Windrose. That's all I'm asking. More shanties. And... let's make sure there's no sound for this one. Okay. And... if life, the universe, and everything has been getting you down, if the death of Destiny 2 feels like a final nail in a coffin, I'd like to welcome you all to the Vault of Cars. This is a web-based little indie game where you throw tomatoes at Pete Carson. Oh yes, and Jonas is correct. We should be getting the next biome in Windrose soon. Exactly, Lance. This is the AAA content we need. The Gorgons begin to engrave time. Anyway, you get the general idea. If you'd like to chuck cars at Pete Carson, the person who was responsible for the Bungie sale, who bought a whole bunch of expensive sports cars and fucked off, hopefully that'll give you at least a nice catharsis. Because again, Bungie's been doing fine. Destiny's been doing good. But when Bungie was sold to Sony, it was with a shitload of like sales target provisos, which were impossible. Hey Vershi, Watto and welcome. We're here, we're queer, and our desire for indie games is severe. Well, boy howdy, do I have some choices for you. So... Here's our little selection. I think I know what I'm going to go with, but I wanted to wait until everybody was in, and pick based on vibes. So I think today we're going to try and do the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Sorry, the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. This is a meta-narrative. It's not quite as complex as Tunic and games like it. We should be able to finish this today. Should, fingers crossed. But it's about a game dev team who have been tasked with trying to remake one of the greatest RPGs of like the SNES era. And it does include people going to GDC and having a breakdown. Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. I don't know if I said that proper. I don't know if it's something that American studios will experience for a long time, but throughout the years we have had several attempts at, remakes, reboots, and reimaginings. And while we tend to talk about the huge success stories, the Resi 2s and whatnot, we tend to forget about the stinkers. The attempted remake of the Blade Runner point and click, for example, was dog shit. And there is a unique pressure because you're not just trying to remake a game that existed, you're trying to remake the feeling that people had when they played it. So I'm seriously considering this, but if this isn't the vibe we're feeling, which is totally fine, I also have Barnacle. This is a liminal space Minecraft game and not Lucid Blocks. You log into an abandoned Minecraft server. You vote for actual Minecraft? Absolutely not.
Come on.
It summons the worst people out of the woodwork.
I know. I remember the Minecraft incident of 2018.
Oh, you had a Minecraft incident as well. Oh, Lance, absolutely not. The last time we had a Minecraft server, it resulted in a Londoners situation where people wanted to create a private server within a private server, and it was a nightmare. Some of those people never came back. But yes, Lucid Blocks has done very, very well. Barnacle is more about exploring the creations that people leave behind. Well, so Lance, okay, my point was that the Longship are a bunch of homies. If you want to make a server to play with the homies, play with the homies, right? If someone's being a knob end, we'll handle it. But if you want to have a private server inside the Longship, then what the fuck are we going to end up doing? Like, just creating like a segregated cool kids club within our existing community? No. Yes. Well, there ends up being like a squad of people who play and those who don't. But at least everyone is welcome. It's not like saying like, no, only some of you from the Longship can play this. Oh, true. We do have that. The No Wills Allowed chat. I don't even think the secret Discord exists anymore, but there was a secret Discord which I was not allowed to be a part of.
There's a secret Discord and there's the secret Discord.
And I'm not allowed in either, so I wouldn't know. But yeah. Lucid Blocks did very, very good. If you didn't see it, because I was going to stream Lucid Blocks, but yeah, it has done like over 3,000 reviews. Now this one was kind of, what if you did a voxel Minecraft server that was like an unhinged lucid dream? It's not scary, but it's weird. And it's done incredibly well. But this is more about weird, trippy shit. I also love the fact that, aside from the voxel stuff, the person in question has just rotoscoped their hand for the varying in-game animations, right? And once again, a big middle finger to anyone being like, oh, we're so indie, we need to use generative AI, we have to. No, you fucking don't, you piece of shit. You know, one of the greatest unsettling horror games of all time in recent memory was made in Doom 2. Do not come at me with this, oh, we have to generate the stuff. Oh yeah, the AI disclosure that says, if you buy this, I can afford not to use AI. Fuck off! Draw some MS Paint, like, placeholders and let's go. Yeah, puns, and I wish we'd never done that Minecraft server. I wish those folks had stuck around, but I was so in the weeds dealing with everything else that, yeah. You know, it does make it hard sometimes. And the thing was, I wasn't involved, which is what's so infuriating. You know, if I fuck up and upset people and they don't want to come back, that's shit I gotta own. We should start a band! Anyway. So Barnacle, I think, is really interesting, because there's loads of people who have done, like, straight up horror games about, like, abandoned servers, and some are good, some aren't. I was still sadly disappointed by No One Left Online. But the idea of exploring the things that people created in a digital space, I don't know. Like a more relatable beginner's guide. And last but by no means least, megastructures. Everything else that I have kind of come across in this same sphere has been scary. This is not a scary game. This is an abandoned city, a megastructure with the last few people eking out, you know, the ends of their days. It's melancholy, it's huge, it's impossible. I don't think this is the vibe that we're feeling today, but so it's Rain World. I mean, everything's Rain World if we squinted it long enough. No, so it's more... It's more surreal, it's more impossible. It's poetic, but slightly... It has this... It has this soft apocalypse vibe. I was really struggling the other day to explain the vibe of Children of Men. If you haven't seen the movie, it's an alternate history where the birth rate has completely dropped off. No one is having kids anymore. And what that world is... and I've always struggled to put it into words, because, like, ultimately the actual movie Children of Men is kind of a little bit of a thriller. It's a little bit of a conspiratorial, you know, running from the government kind of movie. Michael Caine gets stoned. It's real good. But the vibe of it is incredibly unique. This melancholy end. You know, the end isn't coming because of a meteor or a nuclear disaster. It's just the end is here. It did make me laugh, though, that the last born person, the youngest man in the world, it opens with him being stabbed. Well, with the news story that he was stabbed outside of a nightclub for being a dickhead. Because he was famous for being the last person born. No, Ocelot. No. This isn't about approaching one's mortality. In fact, one of the reasons why I find Lullabies Made of Static something I want to cover is that this is not about death and dying. It's about the end. And I think those are very, very different concepts. But again, I don't think that's our vibe today. So we're really between Barnacle and the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. So yeah. And Lance, I know what you're pitching forward. One of the interesting things is the only one I can really think of that had that kind of experience was the Starship Titanic. Because for everything else, right, the devs are always checking their creations. Like, there is not an online game that has been created, put out there, and then abandoned. The dev team might not talk about it, but the creators are always there. Oh, and Aeon, so this is the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time.
Maybe the RPG. Those build character.
Look, Ehrman, that's 1,000 bits. It's $10 to keep me alive. If you want an RPG, well, RPG. A Twitch vote. That does tend to become a mead points battle, but that would mean I'd need to do less squats. What do you mean? Or the what's the term? Squat targeted. Squat this man, squat him for trying to do less squats. Touché. But it's okay, but more to the point, it seems that you'll want to go for the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. And that's okay. If any of you want to see Barnacle, I speak now or forever hold your peace. Sorry? What did you want to do? Oh, I thought you said actual Minecraft. Were you? Were you memeing? The last time I thought you were memeing at me. Genre says also, if you don't want to spend points to poll, we can unionize. A longship union. I'm not in any kind of control here. The only person who can unionize in the longship is me against me. God fucking damn it. Hashtag unionized longship. Oh god. Lyrus, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Ehrman, seriously. Leaving? No, the shopping only cost £6, 7p. God damn it. How am I Mr. Krabs in this situation?
At least if you were Mr. Krabs, you'd be rich.
Right. I am, if anyone.
The Afuli shopping district is for unions. All workers are required to join our union. Unionize. Unionize. Unionize.
That got very unsettling very quickly. Flair is just, I'm shocked Will hasn't said, "Yo can have these nuts in union." You know what, Flair? I don't have a good joke to riff on that one. Congratulations, you beat me. And Flair, how you doing, mate? What? Oh, and welcome. It's a sub-union fees, god damn it. If I'm anyone in the entirety of SpongeBob SquarePants analogies, I'm SpongeBob. I have an annoying accent, I'm too loud. You are such Squidward. Oh. Y'all are like a Voltron, Mr. Krabs. I do cook really good burgers. There you go. I'm the one who lives in a pineapple under the sea. Almus, same joke. And an odd penchant for cooking burgers. I'm sorry, I misread Aeon's comment as, "and you're the bikini bottom." I'm like, okay, firstly, far too personal. And I can't drive a car.
Oh, well, there's that too. Yeah, you can't do that.
I hate how close this is coming together. And my wrestling intro music is a mashup of "We Will Rock You" and the SpongeBob SquarePants theme. I've blasted that so many times, and it always gets hella muted. Okay. All right. I'll set up a non-mead point poll so we can decide what flavor of indie we're going for. But it's going to be between Barnacle, which is like surreal abandoned Minecraft server, and the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time, which is devs go to GDC and lose their marbles. I can't even put the full name of this game because Twitch polls are too small. But yeah, so Flair, how you been? What you been playing? What you been up to? Sorry it's been a million years. I hope you're doing good. Okay, I'll give you all 5 minutes, but no additional mead points. Actually, Flair, I'm sorry I haven't got to catch any of your streams or raid on into them, but yeah, if you want to tell me off stream, that is entirely fine, but love to you, friend. Okay. The poll is up. The votes are in. Aside from that, again, we've got today is the last day of the summer Steam sale. If there is anything you're looking to pick up on the cheap, now is the time to do it. I wouldn't even know where to begin with recommendations. The summer same seal. Exactly. Exactly. You know what's a great way to pass the time and waiting for votes to come in? Doing 10 squats. Now, joke's on you, Simple Chaos. That's only 5 squats. I mean, true, Vern. Like, that's what the Great Hall is for. And yeah, I wish I'd taken more screenshots, because... God damn it. Minnesota's like, well, if you want more... Go! Like, all I will add is that while I did enjoy Returns Outlet Simulator, and what's the price point on that one? It's $8, you know? I hit the kind of the cap of what you could do in game pretty quickly, but of all of the simulator games, that it was a very, very good one. But I'm really enjoying Retro Rewind at the moment. Hang on, I think I've still got the... Oh, darn it. There's one of these covers that looks like Sauron drew it. It's like a robot romance movie. Oh, God damn it. That's 15. I took this picture because this guy was like, where are the sci-fi movies? Like, I called the store, what was it? White Man Explains Movies. But I actually spend far more time just cussing people out. Okay, but Sauron, when I next play, I will get a picture of it. Sadly, all I took a picture of was Bathroom Carnage, Kill the Minotaur. And this was the very first action movie I got. Gingerbread Shark Bait. Shark Bait. Ooh-ha. Oh, the original name of the store was White Guy Talks About Movies at You in the Video Store, but it didn't fit on the cash register. Whereas, where is it? I think I've got a picture. Yeah, White Man Explains Movies. Okay. No, Vernflow, my porn name is White Balance, because any attempts to photograph my naked form will explode the camera. Right. How many do I owe you? Okay, is that 5, 10, 15, 20, 25? Alright, the poll is still going. It is currently 8-6 for the remake. So if you want Barnacle, vote now. I'm not trying to put my finger on the scale or anything. I just, I know which one you would prefer. It won't be good. Oh, that was my chest. That was this bit here. Oh, that was my chest bone. Okay. Okay. Alright, well, get your votes in now, friends. Oh, they're doing that thing where they try and keep it exactly flat. Bastards. The Longship Union strikes again. Fucking arseholes. Oh, fuck off, Grayson. Watto and welcome. Oh, hold that, and I still got to choose. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. God fucking damn it! 35. And I lost count.
Well, you gotta start over.
Fuck!
Start over.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, fuck you, Flair, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, oh, I'm feeling it, 39, and fucking 40. 40 and 40, wankers. Okay, alright. Oh, piss off, Flair. Okay. I'm evening it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, I'm just gonna grab some water. I'll be back with you all in just 2 seconds.
No, you got plenty.
God damn it! How are there more?
Plenty more.
I'm gonna hurt tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
Absolute bastards. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, I want to have some water. I'll be back in just a second.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. I miss you. Open your eyes.
Okay, I have water. Nick, Watto, and welcome. And it looks like we've come up with a solution as to how we're going to work this out. Bonio's going to flip a coin. Okay, so we'll say heads Barnacle, tails RPG. Alright, there's the coin on Bonio.
Oh god. Okay.
It is...
Tails.
How is it tails? It's a head.
That's a head. This is the decorative side. It's tails.
What happened to throwing it so that
Okay,
you can
how
have
about
the...
we do? How about we?
How about throwing the coin flip so that you can do the
What do
thing?
you mean do the thing? What? I'm doing what I said.
Okay.
Bitch. Give me that back.
I think Bonio just called me a bitch.
Yeah. Bitch. Ho.
Motherfucker gets a little bit famous being a skeleton, and suddenly he's giving it all that.
A little bit famous. They're in everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Can you catch it?
Okay.
Wow, Will. It's over there.
Coin's gone.
Get it. Ho.
Okay, definitely heads this time.
No, I don't believe you. Gotta redo it.
Oh my
Sit
god!
down. Don't cheat.
I'm not cheating!
Cheater. Alright, here. I'm gonna catch the damn thing. I can't help Bonio stand and fucking catch. Hey! Uh-huh.
Okay, not cheaty. Not cheaty. Tails.
Alright, it's 2 tails, so even if it was 2 out of 3.
Okay, so it's time for the greatest RPG of all time. Sorry, the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. So, to Nick and everybody who's just joined us, just in case you've never heard of this game. So, oh yeah, and Nick, this is my video store name. White Man Explains Movies. Because, unfortunately, what was my original name? White Guy Talks About Movies at You in the Video Store was too long, and it didn't fit on the cash register. Oh, and this was the very first action movie I got. Gingerbread Shark Bait. Anyway, so this is the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. It is about a team of game devs trying to do just that. Remake a classic SNES era game that is so wildly beloved as to be almost fanatical. It has some light puzzles in, nothing that's full puzzle sicko. Oh, we're just talking about Bones? Oh, the TV show from the 90s. I thought you were talking about my, and... So let's just get to it. I'll quickly let Blue Sky know what we're up to. And we'll go from there. No, that's Massacre. Oh, jeez. Well, Nick, good luck, fight well. Good luck, fight well. I don't know what else to, because you can't tell me who it is, and I can't get into the whoever they might be. There's a Papers, Please style game that dropped or is dropping, where you finally, after months of interviews, you finally get a job interviewing other people. And I think about that one a lot. There's also one upcoming which I'm really excited for, where you play a person running a game store, and you have to try and work out if the people coming into your store are looking to genuinely buy cards or if they're scalpers. Yeah, Simple Chaos. That's like, I'm sure when that team started, thank you for your application, it wasn't as real as it has become. There was somebody who made a horror game about that same process. Again, one of the few examples of like, and again, there are less than 5 good examples I know of generative AI use in games, and this was one of them. Because they wanted to recreate getting stuck in loops with generative recruiters, which apparently is a real thing and a real nightmare. You know, you can get trapped in these like conversation loops with what you first think is a recruiter or someone working for a company, and it's not. It's just a chatbot. Poor buggers. Aeon says a friend of theirs hit that. Yeah, I've heard. Now there's Gen AI video recruiters. Fuck. Like, it's funny when you see people who like you chortling at.
It's too dark for stream. You gotta be real quick.
Okay. You can make that joke with me anytime you want. Okay, friends, it kind of goes a little something like this. What do you get if you cross the Queen and Prince Philip? Murdered in a tunnel in France. Waiting for that one to hit. As Alexi Sales once said, everybody had their own dead Princess Diana joke. It was just a question of when... The question of one's... the questions of one's moral fiber is like, how soon did you tell it? And he then goes to say, maybe I was a little bit too soon with mine as I made it the same day in an underpass in France.
Oh. Jesus.
Right. It is time for the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. So, whilst this is not an official Puzzle Sicko adventure, I don't think it's going to get as complicated as like blueprints or stuff like that. You are all welcome to join in, because I know none of you except for Ninja Falcon have played this. Oi, get over there. Just as soon as I can put it on the main screen. Oh, my life.
That was my plan all along.
I can't get it to change screen.
Queen's Princess Di joke. The paparazzi did it.
Jesus. Lance said while they were riding around in France a couple months back, Lance's wife asked which tunnel was the Diana special. Oh. I will say, if you haven't had the chance to watch it, I do recommend, I think it's called The Crown.
I actually like that show.
It's very good because it, one, shows how much Big is a big fucking whiny sack of shit. And how Diana got done dirty.
I mean, yeah. Absolutely.
Reduce that screen shake. Okay.
We called her Princess Di, not Princess Live.
And in case you're wondering, it is always okay to rip the shit out of the royals. My entire life growing up, all I have ever heard from them is complaining. Oh, it's so hard. We have to do all this charity work and we have to meet... they live in a gigantic mansion and are just given money for existing. Great. Awesome. Cool. No, please, continue playing that tiny little fucking violin.
So they're the Kardashians.
Here's a thing I am going to say, which is true and I wish it wasn't. The Kardashians did more work to get their fortune than the royals did to get theirs.
Hey, they worked really hard to be that inbred. Hey, exactly, Avengers. Sex work is work.
The history of the British royal family. It just... Look. Being diet homeless is bad. Shocking, I know. And so one of the things I used to do is I just used to go walking around London because I hadn't been there a lot, and like, the fuck else are you going to do when you're broke? And there's just something about walking past a royal palace when you have about like £2.50 to your entire name. And I don't mean like I've paid all my bills and I don't have a lot of disposable income money. I mean like that is all the currency you have in the world, and your shit is in a duffel bag on someone's, floor. And you're looking up at this mansion, and then these same people have the audacity to be like, oh, it's so hard being a royal, no one understands. Fuck off. You would survive 10 minutes, tops, living a real life. There is that, Moose, there is that. But even so, like, because of his start in life, he'll never know hunger. He even got to fuck off to the US and get set up. Sorry. Oh, Frankie Boyle's, when Princess Diana died, all we got was an awful memorial fountain shaped like a racetrack. Paris got a beautiful brand new "Please slow down" sign.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. So I don't mean to get... Just in case you want to know my opinions of the royals.
In unrelated aside, it's surprisingly easy to make a guillotine.
It is. Okay. Oh, we do love a good dark joke every now and then. So, let's just get to it. All I wanted to say before we got started, sorry, and Simple Chaos and everybody, fucking thank you for the bits. I really appreciate them. You are all cordially invited to join in with this. If you think you know what the answer is, if you think you know what we should be doing. So that's all we're going to do to summon you, Jin. Dunk on some royals. I mean, I told you the Duke of London story before the other day, right?
Oh, yeah, your fucking adventures pretending to be a British royal and TMZ emailing you?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because like, if I'd forgotten to mention that before, that...
No, you've mentioned.
Because that's my only royal story.
You mentioned it on the date that wasn't a date.
Oh, yes. It's a good story. Anyway. So yeah, aside from unhinged jokes about Habsburg Kardashians.
Far be it from me, a true American, to pass up the chance at mocking a British royal.
I mean, the funny thing being that sorry, I shouldn't say you'll. The general love of the British royal family comes from overseas and predominantly from the US. Like, God damn it.
Fun fact, if TMZ had bothered to check, they'd have known there's no title of that title.
I mean, true, Scotty, but impersonating a royal is a crime. I don't know if pretending to be a fake royal counts as that, and I hope never to, well, I guess statute of limitations and all. But it turned out that one of the royals was actually on the strip, so they were trying to get gossip on him. The bigger question is, how the fuck did they get my email?
I mean, how does TMZ know a celebrity's dead before the celebrity knows they're dead?
That's more of a philosophical question.
You know?
If a celebrity dies in the woods and TMZ doesn't report it, has it happened? Probably not.
Yeah, there you go. You pass out business cards.
And it's just the back of a beer label with Duke of Landon spelt wrong. And my fucking email, at Hotmail, I might add. Good times, good times. Okay. So this is the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. You are all cordially invited to solve puzzles, get stuck in, and what have you. Alright? I know with blueprints and stuff like that, I've been like, hey, don't tell me the answers unless you're doing a play along. Like for this, get stuck in. I should have plugged in a controller. Hopefully it'll still work. And Lyris. Some lovely pint glass art there. Okay. It's a vampire cat. It is a touch loud, isn't it? Of course you can believe Bonio gets work. Yeah, I think I might be cooked here. Hopefully our Chrono knockoff can do something. There's a lot of big fat zeros I'm swinging here. And Scotty, thank you for helping fill the pint glass and all. Alright, the only person who's left is the cat. Yeah, so I think we'll get into the paint of this. It's supposed to be very evocative of a little bit of all of the greats, right? The quote-unquote gogglehead looks very much like Chrono. Time is up. Sure, I'll log off.
Right there. Stop.
Oh, okay, that's where the collider's missing. You're so right. Okay, with one down, we do not want people going into the dev room. Okay. So we can return to the game. I guess most people probably just kept trying load game or retry.
So, development started in January of 2020.
January 20.
Original game was something that so when we all ended up in college and support, and we put on a team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned kept coming up over and over and over. And we looked to our left, we looked to our right, we saw
Okay. Oh, okay. So what has happened? I think our ultimate puzzle skills have got us like ahead of time. So I can kind of partially hear a video I think we're going to be watching in a bit. But we can't get to there yet. But, see, what we've got... Alright, we haven't picked up... We haven't picked up any of the manual yet. But by breaking the game, what we did was we managed to collect a little, like, filter to look through. Alright. Jesus, this is pouring achievements on me. Save the whole world, Crank It 2, Delicious, A Car is Born, Creep Growing, Regicide again, yada yada, Never Go Back.
Are you cranking it on stream again?
Apparently I cranked it without even knowing it.
Oh my god.
Prophecy
I think you
Fulfilled.
had a problem, dude.
Watch Gunther Possessed. The True End, Enter the Red Castle. Complete the tutorial with 1 HP. Are those real Chivos? And they are. Those are all real achievements. The only thing we've got left is the end and open the door to the cosmos. One of those was for like finishing the tutorial with 1 HP. Alright, so game saved. Save file 1 Jacob. Created 29th of the 1st, 2024. Thread. Now what's this? Oh,
I'm Lucas Emmanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Hopefully you've already had a chance to experience the rest of the greatest RPG of all time.
we have.
To interact with the commentary node, simply walk into it and it should begin playing. If you need to revisit a commentary node, or simply want to listen to it again, you can access it in your Remake UI menu. If you have any further questions, or simply want to reach out, you can reach us at coindropgamescontact@gmail.com. Thank you, and please enjoy the game.
Should we just email them now? What was it? Coindrop contact?
Hi. 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 Hi.
Hello. Hello. Okay, and we haven't found any pieces yet. Okay. Coindropcontact@gmail.com. No. Okay. If we think of something interesting to email them, I'll send it through. Okay. Oh, okay. Lorne, rival to Benson, an unwilling herald of the ageless age of the Chronomancer. Rotate enemy and attack. Hey, that's a real phone number we can call? The Chrono Army, the Chronobat, and the Chronopede. You can get sent to jail for that. Okay. So we don't yet have a key there. Okay, I can't hurt any of these buggers. Can melt them with fire, though. Okay. Okay, so now we have the controls. Elevator to end leads to the Mystic Maiden, the robot factory in Benson's house. Oh, the story. Okay. In the village of Smallton, Rose Ryan longs for adventure. Then, during the Festival of Ages, the metal fragment her father passed down begins to glow. Suddenly, she is transported into the distant past, a time of high seas and scoundrels. It isn't long before time itself begins to crumble, and Smallton, throughout the ages, folds in on itself. Rose and newfound companion, Captain No-Beard, the skeleton, are brought to the robot factory, the human village, and the mysterious castle of the Red King. Rose and her newfound friends must claim each shard. And then there's a little list on the shards. All carpets lead somewhere. Okay. And Y to access items. Oh! Hidden potion, last meal, a stick and knife, bad axe, kindness, the Darling Destroyer, timber axe, axe chucker's revenge, engraved rapier, antenna, hidden blade, silver sword, swordfish, dog gun, gun, OBC, shiner ball, your favourite laser, iron handle, plastic handle, porcelain handle, torch, wooden handle, bronze shield, steel shield, a nightmare. Well, so Jamami, I think they're going for that like Half-Life 2 beginner's guide style commentary. Shield, tunic, thrift store straitjacket, chronomancy effigy, pearl necklace, curse necklace, sourdough starter, a dream, flavorful femur. You know what? Every joke I could make about flavorful femur, I've made already. So I'm just going to leave it hanging. Maybe one of y'all can do better. Use the heart of the creator. Nothing happened. Alright. Okay. Jacob, are you here to save us from the Chronomancer? You inform her that nobody can stop the Chronomancer. Not anymore. Maybe I could. This is all your fault, you know, says the headmaster. You and that little robot. Firstly. Okay. So it said all carpets lead somewhere. Okay. That's worth a shot. Gift bot. Oh, please, won't you find my brothers? Tell him about his brothers. Wow. One is in the human village of 2099 AD, and another is in the Castaway Cove. I cannot believe that is where they went. Thank you, Jacob. Okay. Item, small key. Nothing happened. Item... OBC? No. I think that one's probably going to be small key. Okay. Okay, yeah. You got a party potion. Heal potion. Okay. I don't think we have anything that's similar to a red key. Stick of knife. And I didn't see anything in our setup that was akin to like a pick. Alright. Set the... Of course I have a laser. You think I'm a plebeian? Jeez. Oh, here we go. So Robert Robot is our friend. And that's Rose Ryan. Okay. Let's be in the zone. Back in we. What is that? Quizzard. Or the Quizzard. Answer me, traveller, in order to pass this test I present, these queries I ask. Should you fail, I cannot be to blame. Regarding the robot, what is his name? It's Robert Robot. Answer you have given, that much is true. The question I asked, oh, I asked it to you. But wait, if you've been fooled, I pray you be not. In what location was there not a gift bot? That would be the robot factory. Yet answer, I hope you're quick on your feet. Tests of literature and social, mayhaps you have beat? Now comes the last, and by far it's the best. The upper left room prior. How many chests? 3. You did it! You've done it! Oh my, what fun! You've passed the test, and my goodness, you've won!
As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like this. Oftentimes, the manual would be extremely helpful, but I'd still need to use a notebook or some additional way to record my thoughts as I played through the game.
Oh, Flair was saying they were supposed to play this. Was that like a... Were they offering like a sponsored thing?
One of the hardest things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing puzzles. It required a lot of iteration to make them work in 3D the same way they do in 2D, and their difficulty has been preserved to the best of our ability. Why don't you give this one a shot?
Okay.
One of the hardest things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing puzzles. It required a lot of iteration to make them work in 3D the same way they do in 2D, and their difficulty has been preserved to the best. As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like this. Oftentimes, the manual would be extremely helpful, but I'd still need to use a notebook or some additional way to record my thoughts as I played through the game. As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like
I was
this.
hoping I could get behind the cubes
One
and
of the
push them
hardest
through.
things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing.
Okay, there we go. Because actually, that's one thing I don't think I've ever actually asked. Why are Japanese games always so obsessed with the block-pushing puzzles? And I've never... well, if I've heard the term Sokoban before, it's dropped out of my noggin. Okay, so we know those guys. The middle guys hate... the flying guys hate fire. Not sure what the top-hatted ones are against. Darn, nothing I can deal. Well, it's just they've been so ubiquitous throughout games. I can't actually beat this guy. Might be fact. But no, the block pushing puzzles have been so ubiquitous. I guess I always assumed it was because, like, if you want to create puzzles in a very, like, low processing power 2D environment, block pushing is just an eventuality. But is there, like, a whole thing around it? But yeah, so Flair, I've been wanting to play this since I found out about it. It's just... we just come off of Tunic, I think, when this released. And it was just a little too similar. I didn't want it to... I didn't want it to end up getting consumed by it, you know?
You're so right. Okay, write that one down. We do not want people going into the dev.
Okay, that's the dev movie we're looking to get towards. Carpets always lead somewhere. Okay.
So, development started in January 2020.
So we've got to find a little robot guy to progress. Okay. Oh, we can't push through there. Okay.
As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like this. Oftentimes, the manual.
But yeah, all I knew about this before coming into it was that it had that kind of Tunic-style puzzle solving, i.e., like there was a manual with details and things that you would have to look into, and I was like, oh, this would be pretty cool. I didn't know about the whole like meta-narrative angle, you know, that there's a whole scene in this game where they talk about going to GDC and talking about remaking a JRPG, which, like, I know the attitudes around that have changed, but I mean, to those of you who know, the American games industry spent a long time looking down on JRPGs. A solar fragment. Oh, hang the fuck on. Haha. Here. Here lies a divot in the ground. So speak what I cannot. Here lies a divot in the ground. So speak what I cannot. I'm going to head back and take that rope up, see where that takes us, and then have a ponder. But yeah, no, it is breaking the fourth wall constantly, and we've talked a lot about, you know, remakes and remasters over the years, but I don't think we've ever really talked about the toll that has.
Hi, I'm Lucas Emanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Hopefully.
Okay. So now we know what to do with this. Kind of just blasted my way through last time. Up, up, down, left. Up is axe. That's... Oh, and sword. Up, up. Down is always potion. Up, up, down. Left was cat scratch. Got it. At the exact moment I solve it, the Elgato's like, no, I'm gonna cut that. You get nothing. It's being grumpy. Okay. All right. Oof. Circlesoft Magic, low MP. Circlesoft's latest title in their lineup of critically acclaimed role-playing experiences seem to have missed the mark. Their newest is selling fewer copies than previous works by an order of magnitude. This title, from a shockingly young director, has many questions whether a company's decisions to put their eggs in this basket was a sound one. It feels soulless. I'm pretty sure they phoned this one in. If their games are going to be as lifeless as this one, Circlesoft will be better off avoiding gimmicks like cash prizes and RPG making competitions, and instead trying to hire people with actual talent. Fuck. Damn, this is some classic Gaming Mag bullshit. Some Tommy Tallarico tier. There's a story that Nintendo knew Tetris would be a big hit when no one in the office could stop playing it. If that's true, we think Choi Noi Zerial Blade could be the next Tetris. I remember Wetrix. This action-packed party extravaganza combines monetary mayhem with wicked fun turn-based battle systems we can't stop playing. This holiday, do yourself a favor and pick this one up. Whether by yourself or as a family, you'll laugh, you'll argue, and you'll barter your way through one heck of a party. Alright, let's see what's on the back page. Oof. How do you think Circlesoft games have changed a lot lately? Do you think they seem to be more out there, amateur and bizarre? There's a reason, and it lies in the cartridge. Okay. As of 1995, all of Circlesoft's flagship titles, from Super Sashimi Slayer, Akara you may have to sue, to PH1, haven't been created by the studio themselves. Explains why a lot of non-Japanese studios are releasing RPGs. Instead, they've licensed RPG maker Super Dante games made by hobbyists and amateurs. Most of them haven't made it out of Japan, so if you get your hands on one, hold on to it. Okay. Actually, like pondering it, I don't know if that was something that was very common. By which I mean like Japanese studios picking up fan works and like re-releasing them. You know, we all know the story of, you know, Mario Brothers 2 being a completely different game, you know, purchased, rebranded, and relicensed. Okay. Okay. Axe Chucker's Revenge, The Darling Destroyer. There we go. Okay. But yeah, no, I do remember a whole bunch of those old video game magazines.
Hi,
And you could always
I'm
tell
Lucas Emmanuel.
which titles someone had paid cash to have a good review for. But you could also tell the ones which were coming from up on high. I'll forever shit on Cool Spot. It knows what it did. You going for power snooze? Oh, we've got RPG puzzles to crack. By golly, we'll crack them. Yeah, like, I know it doesn't bear much relevance to today. I just... Okay, speak the word. Hang on. Yeah, worth a shot. I just think it's so funny that there are so many industries where, you know, very powerful people get to dictate everything to us. And there was this perception for a while that that's what games journos were. And they were all chronically underpaid writers working for, you know, huge publishing companies like Future Publishing, who would literally be like, right, you need to review this, give it an 8 out of 10, have it on my desk. Speak the words. Okay. Hell, I still find it... I know I make jokes about it all the time, but that's because it's still funny. You know, good old Tommy Tallarico. But, like, if you go back and you watch his Electric Playground reviews, you know, he shat on Smash Brothers. Furiously, I might add. Okay. Hang on, let's check the game manual. See if it has a... Chrono Cube's weakness is electric, but we don't have an electric attack. Oh! Alright, I see. We need to do a specific combo to slay Cube Duck. So what we do, fire, but then we do that. Theory. There we go. Scott was saying Future swallowed up all their magazines as popularity in each new generation of computer consoles and buy them cheap. Yeah. Well, and like, they'd have the same writers going from, you know, PC format to official Nintendo magazine. It wasn't like they were picking people who were specific specialists in the field. Okay, yeah, so I've worked it out. With the different combos, it's like here, if we want to cast Smoke as Robbie Robot, we need to do like Jetpack, Heal, Jetpack. But then as not Chrono, We don't have to do anything special to cast fire. But yeah, to cast electric, we have to do slice followed by axe. And Lance, interestingly, no. The red thing works as an in-universe filter, right? So we can use it left or right there, but we can't put it over this. Yes, got you. And of course, Mr. Black Mirror himself, Charlie Brooker, cut his teeth on those games, on game magazines 1,000 years ago. Here we go. Benson Ryan. Is Smolton different? The truth may be, though related, Benson could not be more different than his grandmother. Key to this adventure? Perhaps he will turn from a timid boy into a timid man. And then all the little fucking S's. I love it. Captain No Beard. Ah, so Captain No Beard is 2. Benson is 4. Lorne doesn't have a number. Anyway, once again, Calcium Bonio getting more work than I do. Residing in the Marimba ruins, this skeletal scallywag was killed centuries ago, but now finds himself revived to adventure once more. In your party, perhaps he can make an undeath worth living. Killing me. Okay, but you see here, if you do fire, dragon, fire, it procs something else. So these little screenies are cheeky hints towards stuff. Yeah, and this has to do like the laser, which casts singe damage. Yeah, Scotty, it's wild to think that I never would have considered keeping those magazines, but a bunch of them are probably worth shitloads now. Lassie, are ye real? You nod at the old coot. Can't say that. And reached the bars of the cage. For the first time in 1,000 years, the two of you grasp hands. A soft sob breaks the tension, and tears roll from the captain's empty ducts. I thought we'd lost ye, lassie. After ye forgave me for. Oh, this is cool. So we get to play the flashbacks that would usually pad out the end of an RPG. That's pretty cool. Aye, 'tis true. We barely accrue at all. Oh, we can't just go around fighting fools, said Jockey the horse. God, this is what it must be like, having someone explain a JRPG to you that you've never heard of. Yeah, and then there's the skeleton and his best mate's a green horse, don't worry about it. And I, in my prior life, did not have gallant exploits of legend. I was but a lowly ship's cook. You look No Beard sternly in his empty eye sockets. Even now you're still my friend. I can't leave my favourite cook behind. What matters is who you are now. Oh yeah, the snowman that's not melting under pressure. You smile at the old bag of bones. You get the feeling that everything will be okay. I'd love to do, we'd have to plan it out ahead of time, but do like a little, oh fuck, what's the British game show? I know we haven't watched it, but it keeps popping up. Is it like Lie to Me?
Something like that.
I'd love to do an episode, like a Lie to Me knockoff, but it's about RPGs. So You prepare a statement that is either true or false about an RPG, and then everyone has to guess whether you are making up absolute bullshit or whether it's true. Captain Nobis says, "Yar, I overheard the password. They said it's the same name as me hometown." Ah, the Marimba ruins. I don't need a marimba right now. After all this time. Lassie, be good to be back with you. Captain Nobeard has rejoined the party, says the narrator. Okay. So Nobeard's got the Swordfish Gold Armor Warden Healing Potion. Change that for the antenna, because it's funnier. Okay, nothing to be doing with that yet. Lad! Nobeard! Jacob! I can't do a soft robot voice, so... This does not compute. Lad, it's be us. Give Robert the stew, now. You hand Robert the fresh can of robot stew. Yo, do any of you speak binary? Yeah, Jamami, I think we've got at least another, 5 or 10 minutes before we start getting back into the weird. Or maybe we've got ages. The smell of battery acid and motor oil wafts through as Robert inhales the can. How hard it must have been for you, Jacob. Do not eat this for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, in the robot factory... Hello, Jacob. I am trapped here. Do not be sad. I have fulfilled my purpose, and it hurt my friends. You shake your head. You tell the little robot no. Why wouldn't we save you again? Wallow in self-pity after we fix you. Why wouldn't we save you again? God. Scotty, it just shows you how old that Destructoid emote is. It's so stretched out. Remember when Destructoid was a real thing? Captain Nobeard's fist slams into the wall. Ye coming with us whether you like it or not. Okay. You were looking for the password, correct? I have heard that it is my birthday. It's your birthday every day. Fuck's sake. Lad, it's good to have you back. Robert the robot has rejoined your party. Nice to see we're doing the classic. He's just a little guy. Robert's got your favourite laser. Okay. As the crew approach, they are shocked to see Darkheart's face. What was once the most attractive of the four of them, by a wide margin, is now clouded with eyes marred in sadness, darkness, and eyes. Whatever I've gone through is nothing compared to Darkheart. The Human Village, 1995 AD. Will immediately starts pushing boxes and ignoring the plot. Alright. Which of you buggers got into the how to draw manga books? What have I told you about this? It's bad influence on you. That's Darkheart, the most attractive member of the team, who I thought was the Cat in the Hat, but it turns out he's actually a cool vampire.
Oh, I also thought that was a cat when I first started playing, but okay.
Yeah, nope, actually a vampire.
Sorry, buddy, I just kicked you. Sorry.
It's fine, it's okay. I make Hollywood money now. Rose, where are you? Says Darkheart OC Do Not Steal. I just defeated that Chrono Beast and his army and all the other guys. Sorry, Darkheart, I was too overcome with emotion to help. Don't worry, I can take on the emotions for both of us. Oh boy. He thought dramatically.
This is why I said it was going to take longer than 4 hours.
You're right, you're right. I'm just going to say that at the end of sentences. He thought dramatically. The answer is 17. Hi. Darkheart has rejoined the party. It's definitely got that whole, Oh. Okay. It's definitely got that whole, the dev has completely checked out moment.
You thought. Dramatically.
You thought. Oh, piss. Alright, well, we'll come back to that point. I accidentally started the end. When travelling, Darkheart turns into a bat. OC Vampire Do Not Steal. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's check out this video first, and then we'll go previous entry. Oh! This is our first videotape. Creatorsclip.mp4.
Right there. Stop. That's where the collider's missing.
You're so right. Okay, write that one down. We do not want people going into the dev room.
We know where the dev room is. Tunic hoodie, bad shirt.
So, development started in January of 2024. The original game was something that Jacob and I had bonded over as kids. In fact, it was probably the only thing we had bonded over as kids. So, when we both ended up in the same college game design course, we were put on a team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up over and over and over again. And ultimately, we looked to our left, we looked to our right, we saw there were no Circle Soft lawyers around, and we thought, what if we just did it? What if we remade the greatest RPG of all time?
A documentary. Lance, you know as much as I do. I just wanted to inspect this bit quick before we progress too far forward. Okay. Take a little screen cap with that. Circle Soft is not a great studio. No, it's definitely dumb and stupid. God. I mean, I preferred it back when it was just a circle. Introducing my new favorite character, Bergerman. Interesting. Of course, the lava ship. And yeah, so Aeon, I mean, I don't know much more other than it has meta-narrative stuff in it, but... Okay. Oh, Loris, we'll see you in a bit. Enjoy. But yeah, we're all going on this journey together, friends. I don't know if the core conceit is that it's a fan project that they're trying to doing without... Ah, okay. The Chrono Beast, the scourge of Chronopolis and champion of the arena. The Chrono Beast harbors a fearsome secret. And there's our combination to kick his ass. Or at very least, that's the combination in the log-off section to get us further. The Chrononomicon is weak to acid, the Chronopig is weak to late, the Chronobird is weak to early. God, I'm weak to early. You're weak to late. Oh, the fuck? Yet again, at this, the end of the game, the question I ask of your subtle shame. The answer, I think, shall yet soon appear. You started playing this file in exactly which calendar year? 2024. The answer, oh, an answer, true or not, a delight. But what name bears the beast? At the game's start, did you fight? That's the Chrono Beast. Will you resolve, not crumble? Stay resolute as before. Last final challenge. Do you really want to know more? Yeah. Okay. You four, says Lord. Oh, yar. You. I thought I told you that I never, ever want to see your faces again. You demand Lorne hand it over. No! My head is a camera. Bummer, dude. And it's all your faults. Jacob, no beard, Robert, and especially yours. He's just freaking out, saying you won't escape it this time. Okay, so it's fire. Then it's axe, spin. What the fuck? I feel like we're missing something here. It's not doing my little, like, weird little combo. I guess we just gotta wait for this thing to kick my ass. I was hoping that everything's gone Australian, so we do the reverse of the combo. But rotates enemy, rotate attack. I don't have any other electric attacks to go for. Rotate attack. If you've got any theories, throw them in. I think we can log off from here, though.
Right there.
So, right. Okay, write that one down.
Why is it raining in the space between? Okay, well, we do know what the password for this guy is. And it's axe, ray gun, sword, something, fire, lightning. So we've got
Development started in
axe,
January 2020.
ray gun, sword, something, fire, lightning, and then
Probably the only thing we had.
that.
So when we both ended up in the same college and put on a team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up over and over and over again. And ultimately, we
Okay, so reveals is the next bit. So that's the creators, and this is used.
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoilers.
Well then, where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Wait, he made us a store page.
Jacob, platform support says they can't take it down.
Dude, someone made a store page for a game. They made a trailer for a game. And they're gonna sell it for $17.99.
Because we technically don't own this game, none of the store pages will take it down. And what's worse, we can't stop the person from accessing it because we have no idea how they're getting it in the first place.
In other words, we're screwed.
What the fuck? So they were doing it as a student
We're
project.
sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive
Museum screens
But
2.
where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Wait, you made us a store page.
Jacob, platform support says they can't take it down.
You made a store page for our game. They made a trailer for it. And they're gonna sell it for $17.99.
Okay. Okay, so we're back here. We've got a strange burger dev room. Yeah, this is us at the edge of the abyss. The puzzle box is opening in front of us. And I think you might be onto something there, that it might be the order. So it's Chrono, Pirate, Robot. Yeah, no, see, it's not Vincent, sorry, Dark Heart isn't the final character. Okay, friends, I'm just going to nip to the loo very quickly because I made the stupid idiot mistake of being hydrated like a normal, sensible person. I'll be back with you all in just a second, alright? Don't do anything interesting while I'm gone. Hello. Oh, hello. I'm just saying to myself, I've got to get some soft snacks. We have snacks in the house. They are all hella crunch. Hella crunch. Okay. So let's go see what the lava diver gets us. But yeah, so it looks like this is, I mean, a little bit magic circle, but it looks like it is, you know, some students who are making a student project based on an old RPG that they really like. Oh, can't actually do anything with that. All right. See what Bergerman's got. Okay, 2004. Wait, did we not get it right? got it right. And the first time we answered yes, and nothing changed. Second time, no. Maybe. Let's go check Burger Guy. Okay, it says log off here. So let's see if logging off here... There we go. Puts us somewhere different. No, this is where we just were. Okay. Let's see if there's anything in the manual that could pertain to this. Yeah, well, so Aeon, what's fascinating is that in some places, in some universities, the games that you create are actually the property of the university. So like DigiPen, for example, DigiPen have the rights to any games created by their students whilst they're doing the course. Now they can get a licensing agreement and a discussion, but I always find that kind of wild. And Caffeine, welcome, how you doing? Okay, rotate enemy, rotate attack. And Hookshot, welcome. We're playing meta puzzly games, and it's good. Oh, spell says morale? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay. So that's a hint somewhere. We'll back it up and see if anything shakes forth. Oh, interesting. So Fearless said the Academy of Interactive Entertainment promised students owned any IPs they made. That's cool. I mean, it shouldn't even be a thing, but, you know. We can re-answer that puzzle, even though we've already solved it. So Lyris, it's coming along. The meta-narrative on this involves the students who were doing a remake of this very, very... Okay, so it seems like this was a homebrew indie project from the 90s that CircleSoft released as a commercial product. It was disliked. But 20, 30 years later, these two students have got together to make a remake, just as a fan remake, and someone has released it on Steam. Okay. Got an idea. Shit. And that's good to hear that, like, it's common in a lot more places now. And I promise I'm not just hating on DigiPen because Shitbones used to teach there. You know what's so fascinating is that for a while DigiPen was one of like the game places to train, and that was mainly because it didn't teach like theoretical programming and stuff like that. It taught game development. They did simulated crunch. They did kind of chaotic group projects in the ilk. And, well, again, all this really did was, you know, help normalize a bunch of stuff in the games industry, which was bad. You can take the boy out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of the boy. Okay. Keep your secrets for now. Oh, hang on. We need an item to bust open that wall.
Hi, I'm Lucas Emmanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Hopefully you've already had a chance to experience the rest of the greatest RPG of all time. To interact with the comment...
This is just a tribute. But yeah, we haven't gotten into the meat of it yet. So far, it seems to be like a broken build of a small team trying to remake we'll call it a cult classic Japanese RPG. This area here just ran out of time before its release. So yeah, so far this is a little bit beginner's guide, a little bit Tunic, a little bit beginner's guide, a little bit Magic Circle, but it's like we get stuff like this where inside of the here lies a divot in the ground to speak what I cannot. Here lies a divot in the ground. Just seeing if any of these items are like a spoken word or something. Now this feels like an RPG. That's a good point. Wooden handle. Porcelain handle. Liquid courage. And there wasn't anything else in this. Wait. Captain No Beard is 2. Benson is 4. Maybe we can work out the other 2. Maybe we can work out the other 2. Alright, Benson, 2. Dingus is 4. There we go. Robot was 3. Not Chrono was 1. So originally the other character was supposed to be what the fuck? So originally the other character was like the childhood friend, but for whatever reason they've replaced him with their own like self-insert anime bloke. Okay. Okay, got a new video. Commercial.mp4.
Do you dare face the Chronomancer? Do you dare master the Temporal Blade? Do you dare solve the mystery and win up to 10,000 real dollars? Then you need some lead.
The Temporal Blade.
Right there. Stop. That's what required.
You're so right. Okay, write that one down.
Okay, so we have a portal between the two first-person backrooms areas. Because I guess we didn't solve everything down this way. Yeah, that dev does have good taste in shirts. Okay. Nothing here yet. Oh, but yeah, Caffeine, how are you doing? What a welcome, good to see you. Hookshot, are you back from conventioning?
Team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up.
I
This wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
hang on. I just need to go over the creators one. Because somewhere in here...
Right there. Stop. That's where the collider's missing.
You're so right. Okay, write that one down. We do not want people going into
During
the
his interview segment, there'll be a collection of symbols that we need to find. Okay.
So, development started in January of 2024. The original game was something that Jacob and I had bonded over as kids. In fact, it was
It's just all
probably the
axes
only
along the
thing we had
row.
bonded over as kids. So, when we both ended up in the same college game design course, we were put on a team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up over and over and over again. And ultimately, we looked to our left, we looked to our right, we saw there were no Circle Soft lawyers around, and we thought, what if we just did it? What if we remade the greatest RPG of all time?
Okay. So the tunic shirt is either a single cat slice. Oh, it's his name. Okay. J. Cobb. Can I just not spell? Or am I supposed to spell tunic here? Oh, is it Isaac? Where did I get Jacob from? Huh? Okay. Lance is calling it now. You're playing as the other dev that Jacob didn't see eye to eye with, and you uploaded the game yourself. That's fair. Okay. One thing that we haven't talked about, because we found this. Some of you might have seen this already, but this game came out, was it a couple months ago? End of May. It's really good. Oh, it's Lucas. Here's the website. And the website is the thing that they were looking at in universe. And it's talking about how these two guys, those poor, sad, lonely, naive, poor, woefully undereducated indie enthusiasts are now mainlining this travesty. The worst part is they can just grab a free emulator and acquire the ROM of one of these classics. So yeah, this is the whole nonsense here. There's an About Me page with this bloke, who is the one leaking it all, who's not someone we've seen in this one. Then here's his theories of the universe. The closet skeleton exposed. Cursed objects in the monolith. The sky holds more secrets. The truth isn't finished, lol. And then pics of the dog. It's just a whole page of dog pics, including dog pooping. But yeah, it's Lucas. Lucas. Who the fuck was this guy? Alright, back to the videos. He's, I think he's in Reveals?
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoilers.
Well then, where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Wait, he made us a store page.
Jacob, platform support says they can't take it down.
He's Jacob.
Dude, someone made a store page for our game. They made a trailer for our game.
He's Jacob. Yeah, I mean, for the puzzle sickos, this is not as brutal as it could have been. Museum screen 2, dungeon screen. Okay. Okay. Let's just drop down there. But yeah, not to be a cheese ball, but this really does feel like we've trained for this. Because here's the thing is, like, I've done a lot of different kinds of game dev stuff. I've never worked on a student project. Okay, digit 1, 2. Oh, okay, digit 1, 2. Welcome. I, like you, know something is very wrong here. If you've passed my quizard, then you've begun my quest. There is a secret to the heart of this RPG, and together we will find it. Okay? But yeah, I never worked on a student project, and one of the things I always find fascinating is with students, the student projects seem to come in 3 flavors. The first one is the best, which is the holy shit, this is a real game. You know, the kind of creation that you could literally just throw on Steam. The, oh honey, I mean, every game has a right to exist, right? Not every game needs to justify its existence, and I'm not making a case for that. But boy, you sure did do a Hello World project, and you are looking at me to say nice things about it.
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
Okay.
Where did this guy get all this stuff?
But the last one is kind of like I don't know. Instead of waiting for Goddard, waiting for permission. You know, I've encountered quite a few folks that they have the time and the creativity, but it's like they're waiting for permission. Got an idea, because they're selling the game for 17. Oh no, was it 10 a.m? Okay, yeah. I mean, Fearless, you literally have to get like legal permission to be able to release a thing under your own, under your own name. That's different. Okay. Okay. That's from a video we must not have gotten yet. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lucas Emmanuel.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay. So we've got this little bit here. We haven't worked out anything to do with that. Just do a quick cheeky save. Ooh, Scotty, that's a good point. There might have been a time code. Okay. We don't yet have the super weapon to destroy the great villain. Sorry, that was my... I wanted to just grab that thread while I had a second. I don't think we've seen the video that it's referencing, because so far... the dude from that video has only been wearing white shirts. But yeah, it's this weird thing of sometimes I've encountered with students that they're almost waiting to be told, it's okay, you can just make your game. Okay, I haven't seen any other pushing nonsense.
One of the hardest things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing puzzles.
I'm absolutely going to start researching Sokoban when today's stream is over. Because like I said, if I have heard that term before, it's dropped completely out of my noggin. Yeah, and Lance, like, I'm not going to give anybody shit for not making their game. You know, I'm going to encourage all of you. I will give you all of the knowledge and resources that I have at my fingertips to start making a game today if you wanna. You know, but I haven't started making my game. I haven't even started writing my book. Well, okay, I have started, but you know what I mean. Okay, so that's revealed. Sorry, so pushing that block there revealed that, right? Is there another spot that looks like a block pushy puzzle? Okay, sorry. I mean, the only reason I find myself no pushing or interacting with the statue yet. But the only reason I reference it is because, like, you're a game design student. You are paying a life-changing or possibly life-destroying amount of money to be able to get, you know, certification and qualifications in making a video game for a living. You know, you do not need to wait for permission to make the kind of games that you want to make. Yeah, in the US it's life-destroying. That's why I was kind of like, you know, although in the UK, like, if you went to university for that, you know, congratulations, you are also saddled with a micro-eternity of debt. But, like, you know, university is the place to be weird and creative and experimental. Like, the weirder and wilder you can get with your creations at that point in your career, the more shit you're gonna have to do. Okay. Give it the old mash A button to continue special. Nothing so far. Okay, we've got to work out how to flip the Chronomancer. It says that we need to... It says that we need to flip our... Oh, it says that everything rotates. Okay. So we started playing in 2024. Yeah, we fought the Chrono Beast. So he just says, okay. And we say, do we want to know more? Alright. Alright. Okay. Spin is fire. Okay. Spin is fire. So we need to do... You know what, Phyllis? That's a very good point. I mean, I'm not a teacher. I'm happy to share my knowledge, but I'm far too honest. And I'm a little bit too arty-farty for, you know, useful info. Why do all the chandeliers say 11? Rotate enemy, rotate attack. And you're right. Teaching a bunch of game dev students the fundamentals and foundations is probably far more useful. I guess it's just... I don't know. I think the art and craft of games often comes from having wild ideas and then scoping them down, rather than looking around and being like, what should I do? But this is also why I'm not a teacher. It says rotate. Okay. I'm going to be a bit cheeky and I'm going to see if anyone else is stuck on this one, because the fire makes sense, right? But like, what? Maybe we have to lose to this guy? I don't know. So J-Post, what's on? Welcome. How you doing? So this is the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. Kind of like a meta-narrative... a meta-narrative about a couple of students trying to remake an RPG from their youth and everything going massively wrong. I'm kind of stuck a little bit. Okay, the attack pattern we need is slash axe axe, right? So it should be fire, wine, wine. Yes, fucking time. I don't know why that didn't work before, but we're onto a winner now. Okay. So... fire, wine, wine. out here teaching drawing circle SpongeBob style. Today's SpongeBob comparisons keep hitting rawer and rawer. Okay. There we go. Past the stuck bit. Yeah, we got past it. I guess I was confusing the layup or otherwise. A 90-month modiversary. A solar fragment, okay. You're mod believable. I actually emailed, I didn't email, I actually DM'd Evans the other day. Black reads, the Chronomancer stood eternal. So yeah, Nova, what and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, we know the combination to kick this guy's ass now. Angelica, you steal your resolve. Yar, we don't have a choice. I'm glad to hear today sucked less. We had fucking fire alarms and all sorts. Where was it? There we go. I screen capped the page. Okay, so target. So first up, axe, then ray gun, then sword, then game controller, I guess, fire, then lightning. And yeah, Nova, I just saw Emmons was playing some blueprints on his downtime. I just realised I hadn't spoken to him in like a million fucking years. Both. Fearless says, I have something terrible to report. One of the shelter occupants in Death Stranding 2 is a VTuber. I mean, I don't know if that's better or worse than Weird Mr. self-projects onto face, or strange 4 frames of animation puppetman. Darkheart had no point in this battle, but that's the thing. Darkheart is a self-insert character. Like, it seems that, and that was the thing I had to work out in the manual, is that they got rid of a character they didn't like in this remake and added Darkheart as their, like, self-insert fan character. Oh. Actually, Fearless, something that got brought up on something I was watching yesterday, of like this strange Japanese trait of taking an existing franchise and then trying to put in like a hyper cute character that absolutely does not fit. I wonder if there's a term for it. You're talking about the absolutely disastrous Ghost in the Shell Netflix series, which I'd even try and fucking watch. Yeah. So, friends, the reason I thought about the reason I mentioned Emmons is because I used to joke that Nova is the best thing that Dan Emmons ever gave me. Because back when Emmons used to stream under a different channel, Nova, you were Soul Mod back then, or one of a few? away. Woof. That's it. This is the rest of the game. Okay. Oh, this is cool. This is the time battle. Different flashes in time. Yarr, this is the war. Those ghosts must be. You nod. That means... that means what? That means we need to keep moving. Simple Chaos says, Rhymes with Moose is the only volunteer mod. Yeah, essentially. Game saved. Moose was asked, caffeine was shanghaied.
Oh. To me, it always felt ridiculous that this enemy dies to acid damage. It's a book. There's a fire spell. Why doesn't it die to fire damage?
I gotta remember how to do acid. Singe. You do straight up acid? Oh. So it is about the challenges they've made. Okay. My training in Puzzle Sicko Squad and QA has given me a hugely unfair advantage in this game. He says getting himself immediately stuck. Here we go. Getting started. Here we go. When traveling Reform and traversing temporal rifts, it's advisable to have a guide that's on your side. This tome, with the O, N, and E written in gold, will be your gateway to untold adventure, excitements, and many mysteries of this world. As you venture into these pages, beware. Though helpful, there are limits to what this text can tell you. Only through careful observation can you find every chest, hidden area, and ultimately vanquish the Chronomancer. Warning, some enemies may look cute, but the legions of the Chrono Army show no mercy. The right weapon and armor and item can make all the difference. Any effects that apply to the component moves or combo apply to the final combo. FX Fire and Spook. Items can be used to extend combos, but enemy moves interrupt them. Okay. Something tells me that that's going to be important. Okay, this dingus. The Red King. Oh, Jacob, what a sight to see. The Chronomancer exiled me from the Red Castle to rot. You ask if there's a way to reclaim the Temporal Blade. I fear not. It exists deep below my castle, beneath the Great Elevator. The Chronomancer has taken up residence there, and even if you found a way inside, yarr, we'd have to face him first. Yes. You tell the crew, like you said, that it's impossible. Jacob, ye be mistaken. Hard, aye, but impossible. I cannot see what we have to lose. Let us not give up. Let us save the world. What do you think? Benson? Listen here, dudes and dudettes. This Chronomancer guy has nothing on us, so heck yeah. Let's style on this loser. Well said, Benson. So Benson is the character that they've essentially deleted. in favor of Vincent von OC Do Not Steal. I still can't believe Vincent got a solo game before Cloud. That will be forever funny to me. Dirge of Cerberus will never stop being funny to me. Laser pointer, okay. And Real Hunter, yeah, so this is a not quite full-on Tunic tier, but a meta-narrative game about trying to remake an old 90s RPG. It hasn't really played its hand. Like, we know that it's being made by some students, and it was never supposed to be released on Steam. And hey, look, I'm not saying Vincent wasn't one of the better examples of the spiky-head self-insert characters, but he's not even main cast. You can finish all of that game without him. And just for Hunter and everybody, and Distron has just joined us. So this is kind of like the quote-unquote overworld. We've solved a few puzzles to get through to this point, and now for the overworld puzzles, we're trying to find more of the dev diary. We've got at least 2, maybe 3 more videos to find. Okay. Chrononomicon. Okay. Any effects apply to the component moves the rest of the combo, so fire and spook. Okay. So for this one, we need to chain up fire and spook. Hopefully this works. Okay, there we go. Hunter, like I said, I'm not dissing on Final Fantasy VII, but of all the characters in that cast, that Vincent got his own solo game first before anyone else is very funny. Why, Clay, you're all of the Castaway Cove. Just... wasn't there a statue here? Hello again, this is the key shop, human. Oh. Keyline pie is used to open red magic chests. Okay. So while we can't buy any more, we can now backtrack. Go use the keyline pie for red. Dream opens gold. Yeah, okay. Dreams open gold chests, and keyline pie opens red chests. Simple. I swear, Vernon, if it's another shark video. Oh, I find the 16-bit into 32-bit era of RPGs really fascinating to talk about, because it really was a time of limitations rather than like. Oh my God. One of my, I wouldn't say favourite RPGs, but one of my favourite RPGs to talk about is Wild Arms. Because, I mean, it was a mess, for being perfectly honest. It was creative and it was fascinating. And it came from that era where, yeah, Wild Arms on the PS1. Okay. Sorry, we need to head back to the earlier segments. I wonder if we can use this to move around. So this is Museum Dungeon. No, this is where I need to go. Oh, so Hunter, did Wild Arms innovate battle mechanics? I mean, it was still a turn-based RPG with some strong classes. I would say Wild Arms' actually strongest suit was its fake out and its writing were fucking strong. Wasn't Grandia, unless I'm getting my RPGs all scrambled up in my brain, wasn't that the one with a Zelda-like village predominantly? No, that's Alundra. God, there's too many RPGs. Which begs the question, how did we get back? Because it's this way. But Wild Arms, I think, is fascinating to look into because they didn't really know what to do with
we can't stop the person from accessing it because we have no idea how they're getting it in the first place.
They didn't know what to do with this newfound power of having, you know, the power of the PlayStation. So they went for a 3D battle system, and it sure was a lot. Okay, said here. When traversing temporal rifts, it's advisable to have a guide by your side. Sorry, I'm getting all my RPGs mixed up in my head. Oh yes, Grandia. Sorry, I was getting it mixed up with Alundra. So the question: how the fuck do we backtrack? Because we now know how to open. I guess we use the dream to open the gold door here? Yes.
Reminder, we will not refund any food that has been opened due to safety standards. Also, the prawn shop will not accept food for cash.
Prawn shop sells prawns, they don't exchange them. And Akari, thank you for the 200, Fred. Okay. Oh, here we go. Check armor after Jacob plays. Invisible armor gives dodge. Tunic none, leather endure. Gold armor curses. Okay, so no gold armor. Okay. The Rift Store, straight jacket then. Oh, what, Distron? Always good to see you. Lurk away. We'll handle Throg. Clockman here, very bad. You no go. Aye, but gentle Throg. If he be here, he be there. We be needing to go post-haste. No, Cloakman, now her friends. Perhaps, Jacob, our friend requires that treat we found. Give him the flavor femur. Yum yum, femur. Thog devours the bone in seconds. You go, I stay. Tasty time. Ah, Throg, ever the linguistics master. Okay. Ah. So we know key lime pie opens the red chests, which gives us a new page. Ooh, and here we go. This was on the back of it. Keys are vital tools in your journey to collect the temporal blade. Small keys, brown chests. Key lime pie, red chests. Solar fragments unlock the door of the cosmos, and the creator's heart beats in the rhythm of creation. Can be used in a specific place. Okay. And there was another monster page. This one, here we go. The Chrono Dragon, watchdog of the end and guardian of the progenitor of the timeless chronomancer. Standard stuff. Fear in its eyes, unceasing chorus. TikTok. It says use number 4. And here's the preserved alchemist, hidden in the Marimba ruins since the start of eternity. The serpent of Chronopolis waited until its moment to begin. The ritual to summon the chronomancer through time. And 4 is up, up, left, right? Up, up, right, left. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to check that because in the trailer video we were showing them walking towards the camera. Dice, what turn, welcome. Aha! Let's see what this video's got for us. This is Heart, Order.
It's currently 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
26. The end of your showcase is in 8 hours, and everything is on fire.
Yeah, well, with the showcase tomorrow, the plan is we fix it, we get in the car, we present it there, and hopefully we get an A. I'm feeling very nervous right now. Jacob and I have been having creative difficulties about this game,
We can't really decide on a specific direction, and when we reveal that we're remaking the greatest RPG of all time, we by nature make a statement about what this game is. I'm just concerned that we're not being faithful enough to what we're remaking, faithful enough to the original game even, as we should be.
Okay. You're up to something here. Pushy block puzzle, I know it. Yeah, he did just use a skill out of combat. Doesn't appear to be a control move for that yet. Alright, but we are going to use that 2 a.m.
Right there. Stop.
But yeah, it's a dice.
Write that one down.
Oh, hang on, we're going to go to the other part of the back rooms.
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoiler.
Where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Oh. Well, I'll dice, kick back, grab a glass/cup or whatever you fancy, and come join us for the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. One of the things that was really cool is that when you start this proper, you get almost every achievement instantaneously to simulate the fact that you've been playing the game for hours. No. Vern's asking if I've seen the Suckerbond block pushing game about chemistry. Not a joke. No. Okay. Museum Pirate. Yarr. Pirate museums. Hey, Aeon. Always a pleasure, never a chore. To be continued. Okay, digit 2 is 0. Oh, it also, this game has a very similar thing to Tunic in that you have an in-game manual that's got, like, stuff scribbled on it. Consider the era. These devs, these children, we're supposed to believe they have a childhood built by the SNES. We're supposed to believe that these alter wannabes, these imbeciles who look like they think the GameCube was a retro console, that they grew up and know more than me on the greatest RPG of all time. Doubt it. Ooh, this game's got teeth. And Chef, Watto and welcome. If you've been a game dev student, this game's probably going to hit you like a brick.
We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoiler.
Where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out?
So yeah, Verdon, what's the name of the game in question? So, oh, just Suckerbond? Oh, it's a pun on soccer bat and bonding materials. That's pretty cool. Oh, I will say, because Real Hunter and a few folks are here that weren't yesterday, on the subject of seeing things, did you all see the new Pat Label game that is weirdly being made by Good Smile? and is going to be getting a Steam release. Oh my god. Okay, this is not too bad. Where's that torch? Hmm. Oh, here we go.
You may have noticed that the copy of the manual that we've included in this game isn't quite in pristine condition. Part of me is pretty upset about young Lucas and Jacob messing with the manual so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could get a lot of money on eBay for a mint condition copy of that thing. But there's also a lot of precious memories wrapped up in it. And that's kind of what we're trying to capture with this whole game. Recreating the magic that that original RPG made us feel. Remaking the greatest RPG of all time.
This is just a tribute. So, Chef, interestingly, this isn't a horror game. Like, I've seen this setup being used for horror-like stuff. But no, this is not a horror game. Oh, yes. Oh, wait, no, I broke the game. Ah, poo. Excuse me, friends, I think I broke the game. Yeah, and Simple Chaos, that does seem to be it. You know, it's got a little bit... It's... Oh, Tubbins. There was a man here. Yes, there was. Not a man at all. He was yet. Not a man either. I suppose he's gone now. I hope you stop him again, like we did. But I think the interesting thing is, like, the beginner's guide is a conversation from the perspective of... Interesting. Is from the perspective of, like, the different sides of creation. This is very much about, like, I don't know, creating in the shadow of... Okay. So this guy... So each jar has a different combo. Up, up, right, left for the first bit. Up, up, right, left. Jesus Christ. Okay, so the middle is... Oh, it's the order. Then we have to do the middle. Up, up, left, right. Excuse me, what? Here be its second character. Up, left, right. Okay, yeah. So we have to do it correct order, correct character. So 3 and then down. Alright. Oh, and is it same? Up, right, left, yeah. So, Hunter, were you in when we had a look at the fan website? Because essentially, at least that seems to be what it is, a fan who believes... Yeah, just make sure they trip me up. A fan who believes that these younglings could possibly love the game as much as them had the audacity to try and do a student game remake. I don't know if you saw, but the previous character that they overwrote was in there. Called the Elevator. Yes. Gag. It's the Time Dog. Everybody loves the Time Dog. And Simple Chaos. I mean, I've always loved the JRPGs as puzzles rather than actual RPGs as a theme. Alright, we've done one E-lever. But before we do that door, I'm going to go back and do the rest. Okay, excuse you. Because we now know that key lime pie opens red chests. You know what, Hunter? In or out of context? Great description. So, this is the official website. And it's written from the perspective of the person who hacked them and stole their shit. Again, those poor, sad, lonely, naive, poor, and woefully undereducated indie enthusiasts are now mainlining this travesty. And the worst part is you can grab a free emulator and acquire a ROM of one of the classics, one of the greats, one of the many timeless masterpieces that hath been graced upon gamedom. But no, these beasts of virtual burden must cash in on the parasocial clout of discovering the next Goose Game. Like, oh boy. Oh, chef, get some sleep. Somebody around here's got her. I highly recommend checking this out just for like its presentation and setup. It's really fucking good. I think this was a normal... Yeah, that's a normal chest. Hey, and chef, you know, consider this your Musashi phase. Whether it's true or not, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but apparently, you know, after his great duel, he basically locked himself in a room with books for 2 years. Got all nerdy. Okay, so first things first. Let's go here. Item. We want key lime pie. Okay. And let's see what this gets us. Okay, that's the cover. Oh, and I think this is meant to imply that the torch opens green chests. World map, battle controls, story, getting started, party, chrono army, solo moves, dual moves, mega moves, and zones. I still curse myself for taking the time to try and finish the Baki anime. I was so sure it was going to pay off. Spoiler, it didn't. Okay, item. Nothing happened. It's a red key door, though. Huh. It's weird because the dream opened the last one. I mean, apropos of nothing, I've been trying to catch up on Jujutsu Kaisen, but I've had no luck. I have not watched much in the way of anime really at all. Okay, so Dream opens that. Keyline Bar opens that. Another page. Go. Okay, it seems to be the party. Number 1, Rose Ryan, hailing from the human village of Smolton, a retirement place for old heroes and surrounded by their nostalgia for adventures. Rose has longed for her own for years. Will she be up to the task? Nova, you forget, like, I know the law. I know I'm gonna... Oh boy. Oh, here we go. So, Robert the Robot, we now have the full page on it. And we have a zoom in. 4 controllers in a row allows him to do Super Robot, which is cool. Yeah, I know exactly. For the bit. I think there was one more red chest back this way. I mean, it's not like we're short on shows to be watching. Widow's Bay is definitely one I'd love to dive into, because...
As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like this. Oftentimes, the manual...
Shh. Here we go. I was actually very impressed with how hard they went with the first season of X-Men 97. Somehow managing to keep the cheese of the original and the brilliance of the original is no mean feat. Oh, okay. So this is the cover. And here we can see where they've stuck not Vincent over the front of the other character. I have a feeling that time is going to play a big part in it later. There's nothing there. So yeah, I don't think we're necessarily playing the game that these students created. I think we're playing like a hacked, almost fuck you. You know, the documentary pieces being included, all of it. But yeah, the fact that X-Men 97 kept the cheese and the brilliance and brought the absolute thunder. Is that you, little tuning guy? Alright, what you got for me? Hello, fellow human. It is good to be seeing you again. Look at my clothes. I have hair and a shirt. Okay. The weapon of kings and rulers passed through the ages. An heirloom treasure that not many hold for long before a violent fit of envy befalls him. It's a golden broom handle. We are a coin short. Yeah, one gold shy. Sounds like a rather personal fuck me,
Hi.
if you ask.
I'm Lucas Emmanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Hopefully,
It's like, I'm cool to talk, hang on, so check that story again real quick. I'm cool to talk beginner's guide in full conversation, right? There's no one here that's gonna be like, Will, do not spoil the beginner's guide, you bastard. Oh yeah, wasn't there Oh shit, we actually have a divot. I didn't think we had a divot. Okay, the divot is important. But yeah, Nova, I'm very happy to hear that Season 2 is good. Endings. The word of the day is endings. Wait, hang on. Save really quick and do a cheeky log off. So where can we input that?
One of the hardest things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing puzzles.
Endings.
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
I was thinking though, if Jubilee's not been in Season 2, is that not just because she's been off doing stuff? Or just not in Season 2 so far? Sorry, I know the least of all of us, I probably shouldn't be theory crafting. Okay. Alright, so we've gotten the pages that we had in the past. It does seem like the other thing that is being hinted at is that these two were kind of fighting over, maybe not control, but like the self-insert characters, the renaming of stuff. Well, you know, I remember as a kid being like, you know, why is Jubilee getting so much? Try that torch. I remember as a kid thinking, why is Jubilee getting quite so much screen time? But I realised that, like, especially early on, Jubilee is a great vehicle for kind of understanding it all. Because the thing is, you can't really relate to any of the other mutants when you first start watching it, right? Especially if you're a kid. I mean, both Xavier and Magneto are idealists. They're presented as one is the good hero and one is the bad guy with his team of villains. You don't need me to tell you they go hard on that whole prospect. And Jubilee makes the most amount of sense because she has the least life-changing powers, but she's also not a world-ending super mutant. I mean, who are we going to follow? Wolverine? He is trauma and rage wrapped up in a Canadian burrito. Let loose. true. And it's also wild to think, Nova, that, you know, back then, the TNG cast were just like the affordable go-to people. They weren't, you know, legends. Okay, but Hunter, you know what I'm saying. When we meet Jubilee at the start of X-Men, she is a person that makes fireworks with her fingers. Like a lot of characters throughout the series, as they come to understand what they can do, they have some serious, I want to call them powered jumps, because that gets a bit too, you know, anime for my liking. I'm not a fan of numerical power systems and stuff like that. Oh, the Darling Destroyer. Oh my. Okay, so the ruby gates can't be opened with keyline pie. Oh, dog's back. Oh, we got some new director's commentary. Home? Home! This is home. You found it again, Jacob? Don't tell him.
In the original game, this always seemed like such a lazy area. Reusing the attacks that already existed to make quote-unquote new enemies doesn't actually add meaningful content. And the fact that here, in the ending, it was still the same, was the final straw. But as we approached the greatest RPG of all time, changing it just didn't feel right. Remaking this game, it's clear that if we alter even some of the things that are rushed, it removes some of that magic. It's pretty clear that we have to be as faithful as possible.
Okay. And Hunter, it was more just Jubilee's a great character, and probably the best vehicle we could have had for, you know, the introduction to the X-Men. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Duo moves. So we can do a black hole, do a hyper slash. We also have firestorm, bite slice, and bloom rocks. Okay, can you solve it? Official contest rules. There are 7 chapters to this RPG and over 30 pages to this book. Within these pages and the game's final chapters, the end, there is a secret riddle. This is a riddle in 4 pieces that will reveal to you a hidden room, and if you answer correctly, the prize is yours. To enter the contest, just print your name, address, and zip code on a plain piece of paper and answer the following questions. Which 4 pieces comprise the riddle? What is the answer to the riddle? And where exactly, as indicated by the clues? What lies within the hidden room? Hey, we should send in on this when we're done. I might do that. I think I've got a postcard around here somewhere. And DJ Coil, did Kaizo say hi? So Lance, this is definitely one of those times where I'm being a lot more careful about information, because I've heard a lot of stuff over the last couple of days. If the id Tech team are being made to use Unreal, that's kind of wild. But it's just, when I say, what's your source, I'm not trying to be a knob end. I just want to make sure, because, like, I've seen so many misquotes. Okay, you know what it is? I've never watched the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie. I think it's called Dream Warriors. No, Dream Warriors is 3. I've never watched the second one. And the reason being is that while I've seen the original probably far too young. I haven't really watched a lot of the others. If I have, I don't remember. I definitely saw Freddy vs. Jason, because I'm not a Philistine. But I've never watched the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie because I was told repeatedly that it's extremely homophobic. I don't think I've ever actually checked that. And I was putting some like videos on last night where I was going through it, and I was watching originally a video about the never made sequels to Halloween, of which there were loads. And to quote the creator of that video, the Weinsteins have done a lot of awful things, and their crimes to the Halloween franchises might be the least awful thing they've done, but they're still bad. Anyway, the dude's going over the Nightmare on Elm Street, what happened to it. Like, it turns out I never watched the meta-narrative Nightmare on Elm Street movie, where it's about the actress who played the original survivor and what's his name, England, who plays Freddy Krueger, and how it affected them both, and then kind of like a descent into madness meta-narrative thing before Scream. I also watched a whole bunch of stuff about John Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy and things. I played a lot of Retro Rewind, what can I say? Anyway, it just... while it's not necessarily an important thing, it was just another little reminder that, especially at times like this, when everyone is very emotional and when there's really shit going on, I am definitely guilty of having been told something is true and never checking up on it myself. Because, sorry, the video guy was saying that, like, it has a lot of queer subtext, not homophobic subtext. You know, the character that we follow, apparently, I need to give it a watch, you know, it's very queer-coded. But because I got told one time by one person it's homophobic, I never went back. I'm not saying that we need to reevaluate everything that's terrible, but I just... right now, it's not just people who are trying to post their own story on the Xbox thing for cash. It's also people who are emotional and angry and passionate. You know, people who don't want to see great games companies go under, who want to see their friends be able to make rent and have healthcare while they make video games. And they may say and retweet and, you know, misunderstand things. So yeah. Like, take the Obsidian situation. I've seen that spun like 4 different ways. In actuality, like, Obsidian has just been gutted. Whatever new shit they were working on, including a sequel to Avowed. Now, they've said that they're working on Fallout stuff, but if the team has been gutted, I highly doubt they're going to be making an original Fallout game like Fallout New Vegas. They're probably going to be work for hire, or like co-studio on Fallout 5. Which is less exciting, less cool. And that's only for the people who survived. Yeah. It did remind me there's a lot of horror movies I want to rewatch, particularly Prince of Darkness. But I'm a John Carpenter nerd. I fucking love his movies. And here's the thing, I didn't realise the original thing with Kurt Russell was a box office failure. It just, in my head, I've only ever heard it talked about with such passion and fervour. Speaking of passion and fervour, Restless Roots, Watto and welcome. So, Hunter, TLDR, big, like, huge studios in North America are toast. It's just over. There will probably be a couple of projects that limp on, but gone are the days of, you know, the huge North American game studios making huge, groundbreaking AAA games. That's just done. What the games industry turns into, I'm not sure. You know, I think we're going to see, you know, small creative new operations spring up. Sadly, a lot of people are going to be out of the industry because there's no comparable jobs to roll into. There will still be great games coming out, but a lot of people have lost a lot of jobs that aren't coming back. It's hard. I got prickly about it yesterday because obviously video games as an industry are still selling. Sorry, Restless Roots. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Okay. Firestorm, Bite Slice, Boombox, Cosmic Reboot, Lad, and Black Hole. Let's just try a Black Hole. Hey, Restless Roots, that just sounds rad as hell. I mean, I will still argue the case that the canonical Jedi Survivor setup is mullet, saber and pistol. Oh, and poncho. He looks glitched, so let's try reboot. Laser, and then is it fear? Yeah, God darn it. Laser, sword. And I don't know. We'll see if Bite Slice will do it. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, sorry. So Restless Roots. This is the remake. This is the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. It's a, I don't know, Tunic meets the Beginner's Guide. Let's try Boombox. Too many moves to remember. And I guess Cosmic? Fuck it, why not? What am I missing here? So I think it's supposed to be that. That. and Hunter, we talked about this a few times. It's not doom and gloom. It's just we have to be real about it. It's not so much the AAA bubble popping, right? But we knew for a long time that AAA battleship development was always going to kind of crumble in on itself. You know? But there are also all the other factors in the US that are kind of breaking it all at once. And Disron, return welcome. The thing I keep saying is going back to what we were talking about, you know, throughout the year. There isn't one games industry anymore, there are several. You know, Steam is still insanely popular and profitable globally. You know, Xbox brought in billions of dollars last year. But the American tech sector has gone heavily in on the Emperor's New Clothes and Fool's Gold. And line must go up. You know, the devastation to the games industry's like AAA institutions is undeniable. But what we're not seeing is a lack of people interested. We're not seeing, you know, a customer decline. We're not seeing people not buying games anymore. Well, no, so Distron, that's the thing. You can't, because the irony being, you can't replace AAA people with robots and algorithms and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I can always rework the audio. I had to change my audio a couple months back, so I'm still... Anyway. The irony being is that even if, like, generative AI had done all the things they'd said, all the evil that it was going to do, you wouldn't have been able to implement those into AAA anyway, because, like, let's say you have a 20-person team, and you go to Shady Bastard Slot Machine, and you say, generate me an asset for Unreal Engine 5, and it does. Now, it's going to be bad, it's going to tank your game, but done. If you want to make, let's say, a character for any major AAA game, the pipeline for doing that is probably about, 15 people start to finish with a very hyper-specialized path. And you can't replace any of those pieces. That's why all the AAA places were like, oh, we're just using it for concept art. Okay, firstly, fuck off. But secondly, because that's the only bit they can outsource. Yeah. And that's the thing, though, that, like, you're 1000% correct. All those people who have that hyper-specialized knowledge, who are now being, thrown to the wolves, they won't be able to replace those people. Like, the time it will take to train them alone. Okay. So we just got the page on duo moves, which is why I keep thinking that's what we've got to be doing on this, like, weird robo-clone. I could try lad. But I didn't see anything here about creating a clone or copy. Could be we've got to rewatch some of the videos. Word, so Hunter, I will disagree with that one. The reason why you can't use generative AI in AAA development is because it's imagine building a spaceship, but every piece is different. You can't just have a machine come in and create an piece. it would take 5 people to then remachine it to make it fit where it needs to be to do the thing. And Distron, that, I mean, I don't know the movie industry like I know video games, but that is an excellent point. You know, the decline in quality for CGI effects is something that we know is due to cut budgets and cut time. And Hunter, I'm not trying to pick on you for anything like that. It's just more the specifics matter. And hell, if you're coming to me to talk about this, then you want the good shit. You want the good info. Oh, see this one? If you'd told me that, I apologise, I forgot. I'm going to try and cast Lad on this guy. So, speech, spear, grabby hand. Oh! We need to know what deleted guy's moveset is. Oh, sorry. No, this one, it's not bragging at all. It's like that's your area of knowledge. Hunter, not at all. And I fucking love talking, so it's easy. Okay. Alright, we'll try jetpack smoke. Nothing big, so A Bug's Life and ants. Terrors. Hey, I think this one, I hear that. Okay.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Then we try.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Simple Chaos, thank you for gifting Distron and Hunter a sub. I had to... Actually, so Restless Roots, I don't know if you're chilling and illing. Hey. Okay. And hey, this one, that's a smart way to do dev. Like, funnel it all through and, you know, fingers crossed, touch wood. Let's reboot again. Laser sword, okay. Okay. God, that was like pulling teeth. Okay, but we got it. Why did that bot attack us? Why are they not friendly? Robot Protocol says, you say you don't think protocol matters anymore. What? Protocol always matters. Out of the way, hologram soldiers. Okay. Okay, and here's the other combos. We got Sweepier, Yappers, IT Help, Broom EX. Mega moves. And that'll be the next page. I will say, like, the combo system being, like, a blending of all these attacks to make stuff is really cool, and it reminds me of Septerra Core, which was a post-Final Fantasy VII RPG that actually got a PC release, about this weird planet where it was like multiple shells all broken apart, all orbiting each other. But the magic system was a series of cards and how you combined them. Okay. Definitely gonna save here. Primo. Back away from this place if you value your life. Time, stuck as it is, the robot armies of the Chronomancers still march, unheeded. I'm aware of your strength, Jacob, after our last encounter. But as you've seen, that strength only serves to be turned against you. You tell him you have to enter, to access the lever to the great elevator. Does that mean... we intend to face the Chronomancer. Then you see death. No. Freedom, purpose, absolution, but not death. Yeah. And like, one of the things I find, fun and fascinating about, talking about video games and how they're laid out is like something like that. Okay, so we've got to work. So, bam, bam, bam. Then, okay, so we need one of those. Do a little bit of a fireball first. Oh, for fuck's sake. So. Oh, enemy attacks interrupt your combos. So what we have to do is hit that guy. world 1, 2, 3. What the fuck? What was his bloody move? Okay, so I guess we just got to see about who we can wail on. Anyway, sorry, this one, I really like that idea, and the great thing about games is something like that, which would be crazy complicated in other systems. In games, it's just the set dressing of how you bring it together. Satirical had this great thing of the more cards you play, the bigger the spell becomes, but your combination of them is up to you. It's really cool. Unfortunately, it's an old RPG and it suffers from a lot of old RPG problems. Really do not get why some of these combos are going through and some are getting slow. Like, obviously the combination is... Alright, so... Fire. Let's put fire. I was pondering this the other day, actually. Sorry, this is apropos of nothing. This one was saying, like, considering how old, like, the 360 is, you know, it's considered retro. It struck me that, like, anything past the point of... There we go. It struck me that anything past the point of digital distribution can no longer be considered retro. The idea that I really do not understand why some of this is not working and some aren't. And I was pondering at this one, and I think it's once we reach the point where technical limitations were no longer the governing body for our, you know, our creative endeavors. Once we got digital distribution, we lost that. Because it's like... Because we never lost access to those things, and they're still prevalent even now. There's something I'm missing here drastically. I guess I've just got to keep going and see if I can find whatever the element is that hurts. Like each person? Okay. Try Firestorm. Okay. Also, this one, that's the thing. I'm not thinking about what is the strict definition of. And yes, we had things like direct-to-drive and, you know, obviously we would never condone piracy here on Twitch.television. And Real Hunter, that's the thing though. The relevance of these titles and their availability has definitely changed, right? You can't just play a GameCube game today, but you can play Stardew Valley. You know, Warframe's coming up on its 10-year anniversary. EVE Online's not considered retro. You can play that right now, and that's been going for, God, 15, 20 years? What's interesting about this is that this is very much trying to evoke... I'm losing my marbles here. Okay. So, you zap him. You give the old cheeky go. Now you two try and do your bloody fire combo. Thank you. Jesus, that's okay, I mean, look, my point, I'm not trying to create a defined definition of what is and isn't retro. I still think there's a mild insanity to how people try and define generations of games. I think that we reached a certain point where there was no longer retro. You know, Zelda is not retro, it's in rotation still, whereas Live Alive is, even though they come from the same era. It all, you know what it is? It all comes down to the fact that the very foundations for which we have defined games drastically changed in the last 5 years, and no one's really come up with better ways of doing it. Like, console generations were done in increments of compute, you know? We had the 8-bit generation, then the 62. We had the 8-bit generation, then we had the 16, 32, 64, so on and so forth. You know, we've literally hit the peak of what we're going to get in terms of hardware. Okay. Alright, I'm going to go back to, where was it? I'm going to try Heart. And I'm going to see if there's anything that we screen capped in that. Oh, here we go. We'll try the ultimate move. See if that fucking works. Do anything for you? Mega Death? Sorry, I'm just checking my screenshot notes. Seeing if there's anything from the cutscenes that might have given us an attack to deal with this. Okay. I am once again going to see if anyone else has gotten stuck on this. Bitch. Alright. I had to quickly look it up. Every move counts. So you know how that guy is a pirate and he's attacking us with pirate attack? If we use our pirate and then we build his shit into ours, that's how we build a combo that's impossible. Not that their attacks were breaking my combos. The problem was that I was doing the wrong way.
So telling it resistance is futile isn't enough? Well,
No,
shit tongue.
But Bacon, if you scream the statement is false at the top of your lungs, that should do something. Okay. Whew. Alright. Now, I'm going to hide those. I don't need to see any more solutions. Faces on the screen of robots. Of Robot Senior and Robot Senior. That's... That's the Chronomancer. He's... You tell him after he left, you watched the Chronomancer to the robot factory. Alright, calm down. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Important.mp4.
Jacob, you seen the new post from the Psycho?
Day 57.
No, what's it say?
Here, I can show it to you. It's talking about inconsistencies in the game. You know, he's clearly got access to all the builds, how we had a move timer in there and then we didn't, how some of the scenes look different than they originally did, the whole thing with the party member.
Yeah, I mean, of course there's changes right there. We fixed stuff about the original.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say fixed. There's a reason we called it the greatest RPG of all time.
We were dumb kids.
Who's Denon? Who the fuck is Denon? Okay, as soon as we find a place to save. We'll go try those out. Oh yeah, sorry, so to those of you who just joined us, so the plot of this game so far seems to be these two uni students wanted to remake the greatest RPG of all time, you know. And when they're through, sorry, I thought I just cracked one of the puzzles there. Sorry, apologies for going quiet. So, these two uni students want to remake the greatest RPG of all time. Their build's been leaking and they don't know how. And someone is shredding them apart online for the changes, the inconsistencies, etc. A gold shield. Okay. Interesting that the Chronomancer is the... Gold shield? Nothing happened. Piss. Anyway, we flip between the build itself and this kind of like backroom overworld with more kind of like meta-narrative puzzles to solve. It's very clearly not based on Ultima 4. You know what struck me is while I probably played an Ultima game as a kid, my first memory of playing a game like that was the game pig inside of System Shock 2. Okay. So we need to know what move he's going to do. He's going to do the broom sweeps. So he's going to do 2 broom sweeps before us, so we can do broom box. Broom box is really it.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Might not be around much lately, but I'm still here.
Oh, hell yeah. Wheeler, I hope you're doing good, mate. Trying to work out how to kick this guy's ass. How are you? We've talked about topics heady and silly. You know, Distron, I think that's a good way of doing things right now. You know, doing an anthology type creation. Yeah, no, Wheeler. What's the quote from Scrubs? Like, I didn't think that Jason Schreier was wrong, but I hoped he was wrong, you know? And then we found out on Monday that no, it was exactly as he said. Yeah. Okay, so Broom EX is its own move. Who's got hand? Oh, Distron, Jason Schreier got the info that Microsoft was going to be doing a massacre about like a week before it happened. So, just as he predicted, on the 6th, all the messages came down. Okay. See if it's that. And then sweep here is that. And then no. But yeah, so Wheeler, this is somewhere between the beginner's guide and tunic. It's called the end of the greatest RPG of all time, and it's a puzzle meta-narrative game pretending to be a student's remake of a 90s SNES era classic. And I gotta work out how to get the fuck out of this guy. Problem is, we don't know any combos involving... Okay, got an idea. I'll try that. Okay, so fucking help me, I'm looking this up. Going out of my little mind here. Sorry. But Wheeler, like I said, I hope you're doing good. You know, I'm not the most hyper-social person these days, so, you know, folks coming by this way, well, fuck yeah. Oh, and if you're wondering what I'm stuck on, so I'll show you on the page. So in this remake, the two guys remaking this have removed this character, Benson Ryan, the Brumomancer, and replaced him with their own self-insert, not quite Vincent Valentine vampire cool kid called Darkheart. And they replaced his moveset as well. But that means that the combat system doesn't work. So what we need to do here is combine the broom moves into some combat moves to attack him. I think. At this one, I think it's... Well, we're getting the story at the same time I am. It does seem to be partially because the kids... They're looking at an old RPG that they used to love. Oh, that's great. They're looking at an RPG that they used to love, and they're now coming back to it as a... If I could, I would screech with frustration, friends. I was starting to die there, so I just told all my people to heal, and the heal combination of drinking the potion worked because the only thing that Darkheart and broom guy have in common is the healing icon. That's the same. Everything else has changed. Fuck you guys. So help me once I save. Okay. Game saved. So now we can log off and head to this over bit. Okay. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Day 57. Okay, 057. There we go. See, I'm paying attention. Oh, interesting. So this lets us kind of dev walk around this bit. That gets us back. It's our drop down point, but we'll have a little explore first anyway. Okay, sorry, got through that puzzle. I was about to start spitting curses. Got through that puzzle by pure dumb luck, but... Okay, so our new page, so the code is currently is 202, and these pages seem to be the person who hacked it, saying consider the game, consider the wrongness of it. There is something off and something missing. I know what it is, I know what it's hiding, but first, you must prove it. Unlock the end. Show yourself the true sleuth. Then the knowledge shall be ours. Okay. I really like the, because if you weren't there, me and Jess played one of the more successful backroom games on Saturday, and it was very good. It's actually got some really good puzzle sicko shit in it. Like it's good, right? Also, what was the? We solved that one. That's the end. We haven't gotten that one. So what was Byron all about, eh? But yeah, so we played Escape the Backrooms, had some great stuff in it. I'm actually looking forward to having an excuse to scratch at that one again in the future. Okay, I must have missed that one on the day 57. Okay, I'll have another look at that one in a sec. But one of the things I've always liked is that whilst the Backrooms is based on, you know, liminal spaces, especially like post-American decadence, you know, the mall is such an iconic piece of Americana that its desolate emptiness is particularly eerie. I love it because it's modern horror. I am going to say something very mean, but very true, and I'm sorry to be the one to say it, but unfortunately, none of us here will own a gigantic spooky mansion. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. But most of us went to a mall or a shopping centre at some point. Oh, Simple Chaos. Look, you know I say my big thank yous at the end, but just thank you again, alright? Thanks to you lot, I get to talk about this stuff all the time. Tech. The tech ants here. Sky out there. No. What a useful fellow you have turned out to be. But what about a lakeside campground? Depends. Is there a vengeful mother waiting in the tree line with a machete? Nani the fuck? Okay, well... Okay, so he's going to do 2 lightning attacks after the first. So we need to combine that with the other stuff. Oh, 4 lightning moves. Okay, so it's... Okay, that's a hell of a long combo move. It's gaps and lasers. Okay. Jesus. Calm down. Okay. I've got an idea. Another thing I find fascinating about these is that, like, all video games have backrooms. Usually, users will never see them. That's fine. Okay, how do I fucking combo this? Okay, so first up, bite slice. I have an axe. Shit, I've got a combo. Not perfect, but it'll do. Oh no. I'll get the combo wrong. Oh, is that... Teleportals. Heal through it. Never mind. Okay. So look, friends, I'm not giving up at this point, but I do need to go for Utilipis. So I'm going to nip to Lou. I'll be right back. I know what we need to do for that one, which is combo up little guy's super beam to take it out. It's just he changes the order of his attack, so I have to rearrange it. And I can't use every part of it for rearrangement, but I can use some. All right, give me 2 seconds. greetings to you, Baron von Sheepington III. How goes it? And Typical Chaos, you fool! I have to yell at a couple of people around here to stop them from falling asleep in their chair, because that is a surefire way for a bad back. And yeah, we get some Baron on Barony action this Friday. It should be very good. Right, I'm just having a little ice cream snack. So Kakazi says their chair doesn't have a headrest, so they can't fall asleep in it, which is good. But the fact that you've tried, just imagine you kind of like neck straight back, like it sounds incredibly uncomfortable. So yeah, we've got a little bit of time, but I think I'm going to call it at this point. There's a lot to this, and I want to deep dive it. And so either you can dive into this yourself, because it is worth picking up, and right now with the Steam sale on... Okay, well this one isn't on sale for the Steam sale, but... Oh no, sorry, this one. My apologies. The website is not in the game. So this was just the standard website that we went to have a look at, and it's glorious. There's an email to write to. Funky Press Kit is real. And this is about the person who is, like, super hating on the game. Their whole shebang. Their about me. You know, and it's a true on, like, you know, I'm the true gamer. Here's my code. Here's my world. You know, the theories of the game and whatnot. And it is gloriously Web 1.0. Does the hater have his own game? Of course not. They never do. Oh, Deteriorate is the previous game they did. Okay. Real Hunter, abso-fucking-lutely. The truth page is unfinished, but the most important thing is a whole page of dog pictures. You know, back when you could HTML your own website. It was a different time. It was a more simpler time. So yeah, I guess the thing is, I don't want to rush the back half of this, and I don't want to. I don't know. For those of you who might want to like dive into it yourself head first, you know, I don't want to be Captain Von Spoilers. So, but we'll have a little hang, and then I'm sure I can find some cool kids to pass you on over to. I guess the other things, friends, if you didn't see them, was these are the little live-action video sequences, really shot like a student documentary of the creation of it. Initially, they're all full of, you know, young, unbroken joy. But as the project progresses, they find out it's getting leaked. You know, the stress of meeting deadlines, But they did have this funky commercial. And the temptation to actually call this phone number is quite high. Would an indie dev put their actual phone number in a game? Who knows? I don't know. Well, I will say I've been critical of a few of their creative endeavors. I don't know if it's out yet, but a YouTubian gentleman by the moniker of Super Eyepatch Wolf has been involved in a really interesting project, which is of the whole like fake game genre. You know, I probably bored you all to tears talking about Vermis and other similar games, but this one is fascinating in that it's a collaborative project of people writing reviews, adverts, articles, and things about a game that never came out in the 90s. I wonder if he has a... No, that's just merge. And weird clowns. Okay. Let's try and see if I can find it. Because I find the fake game stuff to be fascinating. Alright, I'll have to do a deep dive and try and find this. Because, like, Vermis is rad as hell, because it's the game guide to an impossibly complex Kingsfield-like title. Is it a fake game if you can play it? Yes, because .hack is a fake game, which you can play. You can't play .hack, or I forget what the game is that it's based on. Was it just called .hack? God, my brain is goo this afternoon. Oh, haha. .hack's one of the original roguelikes, though. NetHack is the sequel to Rogue. Well played, well played. But yeah, I find fake games to be fascinating because the hardest thing about making a video game is making it. All the other stuff is fun and creative. Like, sitting down and coming up with a game idea with your friends in the pub is fucking brilliant. And that little edge to it where it could be real. Okay, yeah, so where Vermis is a fake game guide, a fake manual, the thing that I was reading about, which I can now no longer find any information for. Hang on. Got an idea. God, if I ever become... big enough that I'm doing loads and loads of cool shit, please tell me to have a decent and non-shit website. Okay, I found it. So, this is the project I was trying to tell you about, the bizarre world of fake video games. And it's a collection of articles and reviews and adverts for fake games like Apple Quest, Bird World, Halfway to Nowhere, Ghost Bleed, etc. But it's not a catalogue of the books that you should buy. It's talking about them as if they were real. So, like, Ghostbleed was an animation that Harry Partridge did, Mr. Dr. Bees. So this is a article talking about Ghostbleed as if it was another Resident Evil, right? Apple Quest, I think, is meant to be like a surreal horror. I forget what the fuck Bird World was. It's hard to keep all of this in your noggin. You know, Vermis is over here. So yeah, rather than it just being a documentation of fake games, yeah, I love it. It looks delightful. I guess is it out? Way to make it really fucking hard to find, dude. Okay, I guess it was launched this year. Okay. We'll have a decent non-shit website. Alright. GeoCity still works, right? Okay. But yeah. Stuff like this I find absolutely fascinating, and Tunic was very pure in that it's trying to make you feel like you are attempting to understand a Japanese copy of Zelda, having never played it or understood it before. And it ultimately ends up being fucking brilliant. It still blows my mind that one of the folks over at Penny Arcade, Gavin, can sight read Runic. I forget what the language in Tunic is actually called, but they can sight read it. Well, and Distron, like, stuff like that is so cool. You know, the Haunted PS1 collection, stuff that DreadX has done. You know, you can have so much fun with games beyond just making them. You can create something that's so involving and fascinating if you wanna. So, it's been really fun to run around in this today. You know? And I do think I know who we can raid on into after credits. Although it's extremely funny. Flair was in earlier saying hi. Flair's running about on the new Assassin's Creed, but is co-streaming with someone who has like hundreds of people. So Floyd's chat is like 2 folks. Anyway. Friends, miscreants, legends. This has been the remake of The End, the greatest RPG of all time. I wholeheartedly recommend it, and I think I'll be giving it my full attention. If not on stream, then off. If you want to finish it, blitz through it, and blaze ahead, you are cordially invited. I will not be offended. This is not one I feel like we gotta play through as a squad, you know? I think that it's not just talking about nostalgia straight up, it's talking about, you know, the pillar that we put old games on, and as creators, when revisiting these things, do you fix it? Do you change it? What really is the soul of a game? Why does the Resident Evil 2 remake feel like Resident Evil 2, despite being mechanically nothing alike? So yeah. And I've got to say a lot of thank yous, because I'm only still sitting in this chair talking nonsense about video games because you lot, you know, keep it going. I just made the noise. You lot keep the mech running. So, to Distron, the Real Hunter, Wheeler Dealer, whether you were hunted by J-Post or whether you were celebrating sprees from the shadows, thank you. To J-Post, Ehrman, Vershi, Akari, Lyris, Scotty, Simple Chaos, Bacon Avenger, and Vanderbeast, even with everything else going on, you chose to come over here and throw bits at my face so I can keep doing this. Thank you. To Ressus Roots, thank you for the raid. And to Scotty, thank you again. To Moose, to Nova, to Tal, and to Caffeine. Thank you for keeping this all going, alright? And hey, this is a topic that we can get into anyway, alright? But for now, I'm going to pass you over to Flair, because Flair came in and said hi howdy. and is currently having a running about on the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. I felt what better a through line. So yeah, that's it from me tonight. Whatever you get into the rest of the evening, I hope you have a bloody splendid one, and to be continued. Tomorrow's blueprints. Whah. That's all I got. I got a whah. Okay. Good night, friends.